I think on Monday or so. Given the challenges, I think that have been pointed out before, there is a call for clear articulation of e-assessment principles, emphasis on integrity, I think that has been covered, inclusion of both formative and summative online assessment, diversity in modes. I think oral Professor Sheila has spoken about alignment with learning outcomes. And for me, as I create assessments, that is very, very important. Now, most of the time, I have used our learning management system for assessments, where I have exposed my students to quizzes and so on. But for high-stake exams, what I've done is mine have been take-home exams for all my courses, undergraduate and postgraduate. So what I do is when I meet them the first time, especially postgraduates, I ask them to give me their context, the problems in their teaching context, for instance, and we discuss them as a class, and thereafter, whatever they do, I ask them to contextualize it in their context, and that I have seen it reducing issues of plagiarism, because you're talking about your context here. So how are you going to plagiarize? Which I think has been to their advantage, increasing validity of the assessment as well. So I've used portfolios in assessments as well, where as they do work throughout the semester, for instance, they are compiling that work and reflecting on it, and I assess that and I give them a rubric so that they are clear with what exactly they are supposed to do. Now, I think now I'm going to focus on what I do when before COVID, the transition now from traditional to the post-COVID. Uh, During tradition, before COVID, I I was already using blended learning. So even my assessments were submitted in the learning management system. So it wasn't that difficult for me, except the time when I was requested during COVID to create a quiz as the high stake assessment. I found that very challenging because that course was a practical course. It was digital literacy, where students were supposed to demonstrate that they can use technology for teaching and learning. So, yeah, that one I really found very, very challenging. But I tried in the stem of the question to make reference again to their context. You are a teacher, so how would you deal with this? But I really initially thought they were all going to do exceptionally well. But I realized that performance was really, I would say, normal, where the averages were 60 and so on, just like they would have set for the exam. So this contextualizing, I found it to be important. The other thing that I've learned is the flexibility and being innovative. Earlier, I spoke about the importance of the learning outcomes. We are preparing teachers, and therefore, whatever they do should help them become smart teachers, given that now there is technology. So then, in my learning outcomes, I make sure that my students are able to perform their duties efficiently and effectively and efficiently, not just efficiently. So therefore, as a result, I in the take-home exams, usually there are two phases. The first phase is when they think about their teaching context, their audience, their students. Who are they? Um, and in most cases, those students, there are some who are coming from schools where they've not been exposed to technology. So therefore, what I do is I prepare them before they go and do the exam. I give them maybe a mini project where they sort of get to understand what it is that is required, and at the same time that will prepare them for the exam. So therefore it's sort of I would say an ecosystem whereby everything that they are doing is developmental and working towards the final project, which is the exam. For me, it's important that much as we are assessing our students, we don't forget that later on they will be professionals. So therefore, I teach them in my teaching, expose them to experiences where they behave like professionals. They are in a community of practice. So, for instance, in their exam, before they do their exam, I give them time to go and do the draft of what they are going to do. In most cases, it's developing of materials online. They present it in class, and I and other students sit together and we give them feedback. You need to work on this, you need to work on that. And then after that, they go and work on their own. I have seen brilliant work as a result of that kind of assessment, whereby students have gone through this process that is going to help them produce excellent work. So I don't know how much time I still have, Prof.
Actually, you've exceeded the time, but I gave you the free rein
Sorry.
so that at
I
least,
think I will.
yeah, it's absolutely fine. Please, can you help me give her a round of applause, please? This is very good. I mean, she said a mouthful, and I think it's important that sharing your experience is also very helpful because you are not just a researcher, you are also a practitioner. So this is really very good. Dr. Olivier, I know you've been quite involved at the University of Rwanda-College of Education. And I want to actually turn to you and ask you around academic integrity. Measures have Rwandan universities and policymakers taken to uphold academic integrity in terms of online assessment? And as you are thinking on that question, I want you to actually also think around the issue around surveillance. You know, how do we move beyond surveillance to cultivate a culture of trust and honesty amongst our students? I trust you to do 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, moderator, and good morning, colleagues and guests. I think answering to your question is so simple because you have paved the introduction. You gave us an assessment. How are we viewing this panel discussion and around the theme we are having? So I can be answering by questioning you, but I still answer myself. Did you know people who answered the questions?
No, I don't.
You didn't?
Yes.
Did you know where the answers came?
I believe it came from them.
You were believing?
Yes, I just had trust. These are professionals. Yes.
So that is the real situation that we face when we are assessing online. Number one, you didn't know someone who is answering, probably may find that it was someone else, not the intended one. You would think that is Olivier who is answering, and you are counting on my answers, yet are not my answers. That can be one of the issues in the online assessment. Number two, probably I was copying the answers from some online materials on the ChatGPT. Then I paste, I answer. That is the second issue. The other issue is related to copying them from someone. How do you make sure that I'm not copying to the answer from my colleague whom we are seated together, and then I answer? So those are some of the issues that come when we are assessing in online. Then you asked me how now all those issues related to academic integrity are tackled or are addressed in the Rwanda universities. To answer to your question, we can focus on 3 points. Number one, on the issue of infrastructure. When you talk about infrastructure, I'm not meaning these hard materials that we see. Instead, what about the software that can help to uphold the academic integrity? Currently at University of Rwanda, we are having the LMS based on Moodle, and it is having the Safe Exam Browser plugin. It is the one now we are using. But apart from the University of Rwanda, we are having other universities. I know some of them are having the proctoring software that can support to uphold the academic integrity, knowing that Olivier is the one answering to your questions. With the Safe Exam Browser I mentioned, you can't switch from one browser to another one. Instead, you'll be having your window open, then you answer. If you switch the windows, the exam will be shutting down. So that's one of the ways. Still on the issue of infrastructure, we are having the plagiarism checkers. At University of Rwanda, we have subscribed to Turnitin, and so many other universities in Rwanda are using the same. Still on the infrastructure, there is a hope that in the near future we shall be having the testing centers. I can give an example that recently we received 4 ODL centers across Rwanda that will be operating under University of Rwanda. So in that case, we'll be having now physical materials where a room will be having the camera, and a student will be sitting, the camera watching what they are doing. The second way we tackle the issue of academic integrity, that is through capacity building. You know, you can't fight something which you don't know and how to fight it. So how do we get armed with fighting those issues? So through various workshops, lecturers are undergoing through various training about AI in education, about conducting assessment, effective assessment. So we appreciate all those initiatives that have been made through different leadership of this country. The last point that universities in Rwanda use to tackle the issue of upholding the academic integrity is through the policy. Starting at national policy and at various universities. So all policies are there to accommodate ICT in education, and under ICT in education in general, there is where each university is having policy related to quality assurance and the onion assessment. At University of Rwanda, in the next coming year, we will be having even the AI in education guidelines that is there to support the national policy about AI, and it will be serving the whole East Africa. So then to emphasize on the policy, how now do we, I mentioned the issue of plagiarism. For the issue of the plagiarism, we are having various policies talking about this is the minimum acceptable percentage of plagiarism. I'm not calling it plagiarism, let me call it similarity. This is the similarity index, which is acceptable at the various levels, at postgraduate, undergraduate. Those issues they are followed, and students are having the account, apart from the administrators, apart from us, students who can give the assignment, the Turnitin assignment, even students are having the account. They can check themselves before submitting the works.
Awesome.
Yes. You have then asked me now, all those measures that I was saying, they are based on surveillance. We are supervising the student what they are doing. So how do we cultivate the culture of trust in our student? This is a very important question, because whatever you can do, we go, we buy the padlocks, you do what, but robbers still, they come. They may come. So what we do is now to build the culture of trust. I think this is an important point in reshaping the education. We need to focus on building trust among our students. So I gave the first example, the way we do. If students are given the account, the Turnitin assignment, the Turnitin account, please, before submitting this, check if you didn't plagiarize someone's work. That is also one of the measures of building the trust. Number two, we educate them, we discuss with them the issues of AI in education, AI in assessment. For example, in my classroom, when I'm going to teach, among the resources that I indicate, that my students are going to use, I even indicate these large language models. Please, ChatGPT is there, Microsoft Pilot is there, so use them as my assistant, and of course, for your personalized learning. So, but make sure you use them legally. So I'm saying now to comply with ethical issues. Don't directly copy and paste from the ChatGPT to your assignment. Instead, you need to add your brain. It is an assistant, it is not a replacement.
Thank you.
The last way we do now is so many people now, we are trying to shift from the traditional way of assessing the rote, based on rote memorization. And we focus on the practical issues where we can assess live what you are doing. Students are being given a project. In my area of computer science, it's so simple because I can give the project, they come and they present, and even some other people. So they are doing the same. And in the general science at University of Rwanda, we are thinking and we have started embracing the project-based learning. You can see there behind on the table. We are having the materials that were produced by our students under the project-based learning. So by assessing what they have done, you can see this is what they did. So in that case, they are understanding that the assessment is not just based on this knowledge they are memorizing, instead what they can do. Number two, they need to understand, and we always emphasize on this. You are not learning for someone. So if students are cheating, they are cheating for themselves. They are learning for themselves. So we need to tell to our students, please, whatever you are doing, if you are cheating at yourself. You are not cheating from your lecture. So
Yeah.
I think
No,
I'm done
please,
with your
can you
questions.
help me give Dr. Olivier a round of applause? You know, to be sincere with you, colleagues, the conversation we are having now, we could have it for the next 5-6 hours. We will not be able to exhaust it. Because it's very topical, is really, really, really an issue that we will have to battle with, not just now, but even in the many years to come. So, Dr. Mehari, I really appreciate you flying in from Finland to join us for this. Please let me give him a round of applause to start with. Yeah. So, you are working in Finland. And I'm actually very interested in finding out issues around what the Finnish experience is, especially with respect to how digital assessment is applied. And I want you to join that in terms of what kind of innovations that is happening. And lastly, what are some of the ethical considerations that is currently happening in your space? Time is limited, but if you could speak for about 5 minutes in a very succinct manner, I would really appreciate it. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Moderator, and for the opportunity as well. I'm not going to talk too much, partly because I caught a flu and I'm struggling with it. Look, we are talking about now Finland. Finland is one of highly advanced, a country with highly advanced technology, a pioneer in many areas of technology. So they've been part of the development of AI. The different institutions have been active in the development of AI. They are not only users, they have been the producers of this innovation. So as an African studying and working in Finland, I have been a bit critical about African countries trying to model whatever education model we have in Europe, especially in Finland. So I understand the intention to learn from the best, to benchmark. That's a good thing. But what I have learned with my colleagues, African colleagues, originally I'm from Ethiopia, and is that we cannot model whatever they have there. We cannot take it for granted. We cannot model their education system. We cannot model their AI system in the university, in the primary education. What we can model is the process that they have taken to reach into that step. So we can model some of the processes, but not the entire AI model for them. So having said that, Finland is, like I said, one of the highly advanced countries. So they've been using AI in universities. And one of the things that I have seen in several universities in Finland is that they have this institutional capacity to implement a particular reform, a particular program, a particular initiative. The capacity is so high, so they implemented it effectively. Of course, there are also always challenges, but what I have learned in terms of AI implementation is that many universities in Finland that they developed a guideline on how to use AI in the assessment of education, the assessment of learning, whatever it is. And this guideline is partly fetched from the European ethical guideline for AI, as well as also internationally from the UNESCO AI guidelines. But also they have done their own studies nationally, institutionally, so they try to respond to that accordingly. And one of the major characteristics, the common denominator that I have seen in many of the universities in Ethiopia in terms of AI is that they see AI as an opportunity, not as a threat. Okay. So it's opportunity for them.
Wow.
But they know that there are, so if you read between the lines of the guidelines, they know that there are challenges on how to implement them, but they believe that it is an opportunity. So in terms of that, you asked me about the ethical issues and other important concepts as well. They focus mainly, because they see it as an opportunity. They think that students benefit out of it, and it also supports the teachers. But they also clearly outline, this guideline clearly outlined that AI cannot replace the teacher. It only supports the teacher. So in these guidelines, it clearly set out that it's about trust, transparency, accountability of the teacher. So it gives to the students the power to use whatever they want to use in their education, but it should be with a huge responsibility. So whatever they do with AI in their education, they will take the responsibility. So if it's good, it's good. If it's bad, it's bad. So they will take the responsibility. But the system is designed in Finland based on trust. So that trust doesn't come out of nowhere. It comes from the national values of the country. So everybody trusts the system trusts the people. So they focus on that aspect of things. So yes, there are a lot of challenges in terms of implementation, in terms of technology. There are new technologies, even for the teachers, for the professors. But they see, the vision is, this is an opportunity for us to transform our education system. But when we use AI, we have to make sure that we use it responsibly. We have to make sure that there is accountability, and we have to make sure that there is also a transparency. So these are some of the things that are going on in Finland. Thank you very much.
Please, can you help me give him a round of applause? We're running out of time, so within the few minutes we have, I want to quickly do something. So there are two issues on the table. The first is thinking and using AI in terms of affordances, or thinking of AI in terms of surveillance. Okay? So let's try and vote. How many of us here think of AI in terms of the affordances for teaching, learning, and research? Let's raise our hands. If you think of AI in terms of affordances, in terms of the opportunities it gives us to be able to do things differently, let's see by the raise of hand. Okay, just wave. I see. Okay, brilliant. Thank you. I appreciate you. How many of us are thinking of policing instead, surveillance? Hey, this is problem. Hey, this is problem. How many of us? Just be honest. We won't take it against you. No, be honest. Yeah, just be honest. Just be honest. So, okay, I love this. So I love this table. So I'm going to come down. I will take a question from your table. And I know at least one person here who spoke about for affordances. So nominate is a democratic table. So I just need a question or a comment from your table because you're thinking of AI in terms of surveillance and in terms of the negatives of it. In a minute or two, where are you nominating to speak for your table?
Okay. Good morning, everyone. I think my colleagues share my opinion that it's basically a non-discussion that AI has positives and negative aspects. As researchers, of course, we can use AI as a form of brainstorming. It's quick, we can find resources and so on. There's, for students, the same kind of thing. But we can also not ignore that there is problems in using AI that are still in need of being addressed. One of the questions that more often it pops into my head just now is how is learning going to happen in the future? Because it's natural that students at any level, if they can get a short answer, they will look for the short answer. We too, sometimes we go to Wikipedia and now to ChatGPT to, oh, let me see quickly about this. So where does deep learning happens if this is becoming norm? So I think, like you said, your guidelines are emerging, but they still need to be developed, and we need to continue having these discussions of pluses and minuses of AI.
Yeah, I just wanted to add that, especially in terms of supervision, that has been talked a lot here today. In Finland, there's also how we can use AI for thesis supervision. And some of the things that are coming up is how can we use it as an online tutor. So you program the system such that it guides you, but not necessarily give you answers to the specific questions that you are looking for. So in that way, it's serving as a tutor rather than an immediate source of answers. And that way also, it also helps to solve the problem of plagiarism that we are talking about. But then when you talk about surveillance, I think it's more about empowering our students. So Johannes already mentioned the fact that AI is based on trust in Finland. And I think that that's something that maybe it's impossible for most African countries because trust is an inbuilt characteristics within the Finnish context. Yeah.
You know, it's very powerful when Dr. Mahiri was talking and he was saying that the whole notion of trust is built within the national value system. The national value system itself is around trust. So there is trust at the national level. How many of us could actually say the same thing about our countries, even on the continent? So let's not even go there. One question. Okay, just one. 30 seconds.
How can we act in such a way that we don't delegate our brains to AI? That is what we do on AI to prevent the fact people may forget to think for themselves and give the task to AI. How can we ensure that?
I won't try to answer, even though I could answer. And what I want to do, but taking your question, but I won't answer deliberately. But what I promise you, Prof. Irene, okay, what I promise you, I have a paper under review. Is looking at ethics, ethical use of AI, and academic integrity. And I've actually developed a conceptual framework for universities to use. Because in my role is exactly what I deal with part-time. Okay? Do you use a cell phone? Ma, do you use a cell phone? Do you use a cell phone? Yeah, you use a cell phone. You sure? The four of you use a cell phone. Good. You're already in bed with AI. Thank you. Can we help me give the panelists a round of applause? So, the reality is that I'm going to hand over now. So this conversation, we can drag it till tomorrow. But one thing I will share with you, let's think of artificial intelligence in terms of the affordances. Part of the problem on the continent, and I can share this with you over and over and over and over and over again, is that we tend to think about the negatives. If I tell you the amount of leapfrogging countries, especially in Asia, China especially, China currently is at the cutting edge of all fields of research in the world. All important fields. I have the data I can share with you. And I can share things with you if you want to find out. Madam Chief, I appreciate you. Can you give her a round of applause? Dr. Nlovu, we appreciate you. Dr. Olivier, thank you so very much. Dr. Mehari, thank you for sharing your experience. Colleagues, thank you for participating. And thanks for the opportunity to moderate. I appreciate you.
Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, please give me a hand to appreciate this very insightful and lively discussion and so interactive. Thank you. Now we have prepared a token of appreciation, a small gift prepared for you. Please come forward to receive your gift. Dr. Nlovu, are you still online?
Yes, I am.
Okay, thank you so much for your contribution, and there is a gift prepared for you as well, and we hope it's going to reach you very soon. Your gift is going to be given to Professor Irene, who will hopefully send it very soon to you. Prof. Irene, I would like to invite Professor Wenceslas to come and hand out the gifts. Okay, this is to say thank you. Thank you so much for your contribution to our conference. Thank you. Now, may I also invite Dean, School of Education, Dr. Innocent, to come and give the gift to Dr. Olivier Habimana. Thank you so much. Then Professor Epimac, Deputy Dean, School of Education, please can you come and give the gift to Dr. Johannes? Then, Professor Vedas, may you please come and give the gift to our moderator, Professor Ojo. Thank you. Lovely. Fantastic. Thank you so much. Now we will break for around 20 minutes. Please take time to refresh, network, and prepare for the upcoming sessions. These are parallel sessions that are going to take place after our short break. And remember to visit the exhibition area. We have an exhibition area where we have very innovative displays over there in the corner. Remember to, as you are taking your tea break, visit the area. Another announcement is that if someone has lost a phone, if you don't have your phone, please get in touch with the registration desk. They have a phone. Someone lost a phone. And as you come back in 20 minutes, you join your parallel sessions in the rooms that we announced yesterday. There will be the protocol team guiding you. Enjoy.
Try to be as brief as you can so that we cover what we are supposed to cover today. That's one. Two, I think you know all your themes and the rooms you're going to. Theme one, who is theme one? Theme one stays here. Theme one stays here, and that is addressing future workplace needs. That is theme one, they are staying here. Theme two, who is theme two from you? Marianne, come here, all right? This lady is going to be taking you to theme two, that is Urukari. Urukari is just a small tent above the place where there is an exhibition. She's going to lead you. And you're going to be discussing community and parental involvement. All right? That's clear. Theme three. Theme three, you're going to be led by this gentleman here. Thank you. And you're going to be in a building, it's called Bamboo Building, just in front there. He's going to lead you, and the theme is education, policy, and reform. I hope you know where you belong. The last room, theme four. Where's theme four? There's a gentleman. Where's the gentleman? Rujiga, where is Rujiga? Yo, he's already left, and you guys were there yesterday, so you just go, you'll find him there. And the theme is emerging technologies in education. So, okay, follow this, this beautiful lady here in a national attire. Colleagues, another announcement, listen please. Every one of us, at least find yourself in a room. You pick interest when you get there.
The problem is, you are talking of the yesterday's timetable. What is today's? Because the other people.
Okay, there's another question here. The themes I'm talking about are those themes that we postponed yesterday. There are five sessions. So you go to rooms because the themes that are supposed to start now are going to be starting in the early afternoon. Yes, so still go to the room, but know that your themes are going to be starting early afternoon. All right, thank you.
Technology is where? This is group 2. Technologies. Yeah, I'm going for these AI things.
You come and we go.
I mean,
You're going here.
Emerging technologies and in education. Is that what you're going for?
No, I have 2. I have policy. Policy is in this corner.
Yes.
Under the library of CST.
Mm-hmm.
Those other ones in the architecture over there. I know the campus here.
Yes. So the technology, the education policy and reform is in the bamboo, not the tent. The bamboo.
No, not bamboo.
Under the library.
Under the library.
You changed it?
No.
I saw it yesterday. I understand.
It changed since yesterday. Tectonic technology first. Technology, the earth changed.
Things are moving. We don't need to be just
That's a good, beautiful picture.
Good morning. Please, can you come in front so that we work together? If you are working on a theme number 1, can you please just come in front? Let us join these chairs. So if you are working with the group which is working on theme number 1, addressing the future workforce need, please come in front so that we have a team. Not a group, let us make a team. I would like to know if we have everyone here. Mutikapita, he is there. We will be with the Eugenia Takavarosha. What's your name? No. Can you check? We have Eugenia Takavarosha and Enoch Pangananyi. Maune, is he there? Enoch is not here. Then Maseno, yeah, she's here. So thank you. We are going to start with the Mutikapita. We have his presentation there. Let me introduce myself. My name is Dr. Dani Maniriho. I'm a lecturer at University of Rwanda. So I'm chairing this session together with Yvonne, my colleague. She will be the secretary of taking note for this session, a reporter of this session. So let us start from Mutika Peter. I hope I'm pronouncing your name very well. Mutika. Okay, it is easy. So let us hear from him. He's going to present to us the situation of Malawi. So thank you, please.
Where do you think is the best place to stand?
You can stand here. Because people are here actually. Professor Irene, are you together? Are you together? Okay. You can stand here. Or you can join
Okay.
so that we are not squatted.
Hiya, can you hear me? All right, good. Can I start? Yeah. Can I start? Okay, I'll make sure that I keep to the time. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Hello. So, thank you very much for having myself and my colleague who can be here in person, Professor Edward Soso from the University of Glasgow. And our work is looking at a topic that I think we are all familiar with, and it's something that we discuss now and again. However, I don't know whether we've really paid as much attention to the issue of teacher shortages and how to make teaching an attractive profession in not just Africa, but globally. It's a topic that is on most of the people in the Ministry of Education's mouth about how do we address the issue of teacher shortage. So give it just a brief background to the topic. We all know there's a global crisis of teacher shortage. According to the UNESCO 2024, currently, there is about 44 million teachers required globally to help us meet the Sustainable Development Goal number 4 by 2030 in terms of having enough teachers to support teaching and learning in our classrooms. And this problem is more severe within the sub-Saharan context, where we need over 5.4 million primary school teachers to be able to meet minimum pupil-teacher ratios of around 1 to 60 in some contexts, which is still very high, but in other contexts is around 1 to 40, which is the international standard of pupil-teacher ratios. And this study is for Malawi, where the issue of primary teacher shortage is quite severe. But I would argue that in most of our countries where we come from, we probably have the same issue of high pupil-teacher ratios and shortage of teachers, especially in rural areas. Next slide, please. Yeah, so why is this something that we should be interested in? I'm sure we probably don't have to be justifying why we need to be looking at this. The main reason, in most cases, primary teacher education, especially for public teacher training colleges, the tendency is that the government subsidizes the funding for primary school teachers. As such, if we have these severe teacher shortages, it really discourages new people from wanting to become teachers. But of course, it doesn't apply across the board. In some places, you still have a lot of people who are interested to becoming teachers. One of the major reasons is because it can be seen to be one of the easiest ways to get into a job, but of course gradually to upgrade and move out of primary school teaching. So upgrading for most primary school teachers is a way out of the classroom. And while the issue is global, the way it manifests is very different. So in most high-income countries, when we talk of teacher shortage, one of the major causes is attrition. Whereas in most of the low-income contexts, when we look at attrition, it tends to be the case of low salaries, whereas in high-income countries, it tends to be the case of teacher burnout and workloads. And it is important that we focus on addressing this as much as we know most of the reasons, but we haven't subjected the topic to a very systematic studies that can help us find ways or solutions on how to deal with teacher shortages in our context. And the solutions that work for, say, the UK, for Scotland where I work, may not be the same solutions that would work for Rwanda, or Malawi where we conducted this study. The issues of low salaries would apply in most of our low-income contexts, whereas, as I said earlier, issues of burnout, workload, and the expanding role of the teacher would apply elsewhere. So it is important that we have a contextual understanding of teacher shortages and how we might begin to address that through having conversations with our policymakers. Yeah, so as you can see on the slide, in the case of Malawi, there is a chronic problem of teacher shortages with high classroom pupil teacher ratios of 1 teacher to over 70 pupils at primary level. And I think that may speak to quite a number of our contexts. And in some cases, especially in rural areas, you have cases where you've got a whole school of the school system in Malawi is from primary 1 to primary 8. And you may have just 2 teachers or 3 teachers supporting the whole primary school system. And that is quite ineffective in terms of quality teaching and learning. And that as well affects the learning outcomes for the young people that are being subjected to those overcrowded classrooms. So we're trying to shed some light on the lack of, on especially what teacher shortage means in the context of Malawi. And that's our research question on just trying to find the mechanisms and pathways of teacher shortage with a view to hopefully beginning to find possible solutions to addressing the challenge. And this work is currently commissioned by UNESCO, as well as there's quite a number of journals that are focusing on the problem of teacher shortage. I think we're basically revisiting the discussion of teacher shortage. It's been there, going back to the time of the Great Depression in the US in the 1928 and so forth. Yeah, so just looking at teacher shortages is defined differently. The simplest way is we don't have enough teachers that match the demand. So the case of Malawi is an example. And I'm sure for Rwanda, and maybe from people from Uganda, wherever we've come from, we may have similar situations. And we can hopefully explore together how we might address this. And as I say, the teacher shortage is framed differently globally, and the way it manifests locally is also quite different. So we need to have a better understanding so that if we're trying to devise solutions, these solutions are going to be locally responsive, other than the tendency, especially for organizations that work at the international level, imposing solutions on our problems, when we can better have these conversations with our, the situation and find the, solutions to these issues. So in terms of the sampling, we've used multi-stakeholder research design because the teacher shortage is a complex phenomenon, and it's purely qualitative, where we've talked to quite a number of key stakeholders, and they are diverse stakeholders, from teachers themselves, contract teachers, primary education advisors. We've also spoken with people working in the international development community who support government departments in education. And in terms of the data analysis, as always, for this type of qualitative study, we've used thematic analysis. And please, if we can proceed to the next one. So just a summary of the key findings. In most cases, when we're trying to explain teacher shortage, we try to explain it in the way that we don't have enough teachers being trained to take up teaching positions in our classrooms. But what we find in Malawi is that the situation is rather different, what we've considered to be a paradox. So we've had a number of teacher training colleges established. And these TTCs are training so many teachers. But not all those teachers who are being trained are being recruited by the government. And this is happening when there are quite severe teacher shortages in the country. So we've considered that as a paradox. So that narrative of the supply of teachers is not there. Currently, there's clearly a high supply of teachers. Not that they're enough to meet the needs. But I think currently Malawi has got over 15,000 teachers, primary school teachers who've been trained, but they haven't been recruited by the government. But if you look at classroom situations, so the manifestations of teacher shortages are the things that I've noted on the second point. So you've got high pupil-teacher ratios, as I highlighted earlier on. And then also there's the issue of geographical disparities. So rural areas versus urban areas. The tendency, even under the context of teacher shortage, is for more people to want to work in urban areas and not in rural areas. And what that creates is a teacher distributional inequity, which affects, disproportionately on the people in the rural areas. And then when it comes to the policy, one of our key findings is that there is teacher recruitment policy failure. Given that we have so many teachers who have been trained recently, and they are not being recruited and deployed to take up teaching posts, both in urban and rural area, that signifies a policy failure on, teacher recruitment. And what is also happening from the findings, which I'm not sure if there's something similar in your countries, is the recruitment of what are called auxiliary teachers in Malawi. Elsewhere, they are called contract teachers. And in most cases, contract teachers are qualified teachers who tend to be paid a lower salary compared to the permanent teachers, even though they have got similar qualifications. And that in itself is an indicator of inequity within the teaching profession. And then the final point there is where you have all these, we've moved to the discussion. Okay, so where all these things are happening, where you have all the these teacher shortages, they represent a lot of resource wastages, given that the teachers are trained, supported by, especially in public teacher training colleges, by government resources. And the issue of deployment of teachers into rural remote areas. So practices such as offering hardship allowances are not enough, because most of the teachers, when you talk to them, they give a number of reasons for not wanting to be in rural areas. So the small allowances that are given to teachers are not seen to be enough. So there's more that needs to be done to support them. And then the final point is also to do with just one point, yeah. Okay, okay. So the one point which I don't know whether it applies, if anything, that's the most important part of our research, is the external pressures on our governments by organizations such as IMF to say, okay, you've got a huge debt and therefore you shouldn't be recruiting teachers. And yet we believe that teachers are quite essential for human capital development. And if we're limiting the recruitment of teachers by imposing these external conditionalities, that creates the work of our governments very difficult in meeting, first, the SDG 4, second, just growing our national economies. So in summary, the findings and basically the whole study points to the need for meaningful discussions between our governments and the donors in some cases, or the organization like IMF that we work with in terms of finding better ways of recruiting teachers, and also that the teaching profession should be excluded from some of these aid conditionalities. And also that we need to be talking to teachers on their experiences, especially when they work in rural areas, on what needs to be done to make sure that they can be deployed into rural schools and stay there for the long term. I will stop there. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. You can stay there because we are going to question. Actually, this is a very relevant topic, teacher shortage, and how can we deal with it. So I don't know if we have any question for our colleague here. Just 3 questions because you have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your insightful presentation. I've got a question. You talked about there being a lot of unemployed teachers, but again, at the same time, there being a shortage of teachers. What could be the best strategy to solve that issue of shortage of teachers? Because I'm looking at a state with a lot of teachers, but there being shortage of teachers in schools. Thank you.
I think it's better to write them down.
Okay, all right, okay, yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for that topic and presentation. It is a good one. And my question is, now that we have found those challenges and you have come up with the solutions, are the policy makers and implementers aware of the same? And then, is there any sensitization that is being done to the already trained teachers who may now be getting postings to those rural, insecure, harsh areas that the government sometimes posts them? Thank you. And most importantly, what are we doing to these peoples who are getting, I would say, education that is not of good quality? Don't you think we are tampering with their future and also the future of our country, continent, and the world? Thank you.
Mine is just a follow-up on that question. I wish you could have a recommended policy for the government to do something in those rural areas. If you have such a recommendation, it will really help the government do something, and all our teachers will be posted everywhere in the country. The same scenario is being faced in Kenya. We have insecurity, the northern eastern, but the government is doing something. So please have a recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter, for that presentation. My question is similar to the one my colleague, the first person asked you, because in Uganda, the challenge is also not about teacher shortage. The teachers are in plenty, waiting for government to recruit them. Yet schools don't have enough teachers. Is that's the Malawian situation too. And I think it could also be similar in many other African countries. So what is that key recommendation you have made? How this complex state of scarcity of teachers can be addressed? In the case of Uganda, the issue of corruption and nepotism in recruiting teachers is cited as one of the biggest challenges around that fighting shortage of teachers in schools. Could that also be the situation in Malawi? Thank you.
Yeah, congratulations for a very nice paper that you presented. But I'd like to just request you to tell us more about the multi-stakeholder research design. What is it? Would like to know more about it. And also, I would like also to know about the population and sampling techniques that you use. Thank you.
Thank you. I think you can answer those questions before we proceed to the next presentation.
All right, thank you very much. I think all the questions are very important. Some of them I may answer them, but I'll combine some of the responses. And I probably will not be able to offer all the, the answers that you're looking for. So the first one was around unemployed teachers. I think the case that you're just citing about Uganda is quite similar. So it's very interesting that for the case of Malawi, why partly we have all these teachers just sitting is we've increased the number of TTCs, and the idea was that they'll automatically be absorbed into the school system. So one of the major challenges for Malawi, I guess, I don't know about Uganda or is that Kenya, is most of our education is supported by quite a big proportion is donors have a say. The IMF has got a strong say on how we manage our economies, and they control basically the wage bill for the Ministry of Education, not just for the public sector. So for Malawi, the imposition is you have to freeze recruitment of people into the civil service because your wage bill is too high, and also because you have to be servicing the existing debts. And then governments have this difficult situation of deciding what do we prioritize. Unfortunately, I don't know if I was someone, maybe because I'm speaking as an academic, because education is one of those key sectors that you'd like to invest, because in the long term, it will be able to generate the human capital that you need to pay for the debts. But also education is a human right, so you can't deny young people, basically answering the question about the rural children and young people who are subjected to poor quality learning because of the shortage. So there's something there that it is an inequity that needs to be addressed. There is no other ways about that. So I hope that this work is work in progress, and at some point we'll be going to Malawi and hopefully having these conversations with policymakers. But I don't think we'll be suggesting anything new. So you hope that something happens, but of course it has to take us as academics to have the conversations with our governments, and we are taxpayers as well, to see how they can address some of those issues. So recommendations for rural teachers. One of the issues that comes across our data is that hardship allowances are not enough. So what you need for most of these rural areas is to have most of the basic necessities. Water, so some of the teachers are talking about potable water. For some female teachers in one of the schools, is about having toilets, for example. So most of the things are quite basic. But the way to respond is a multi-sectoral response, not just the Minister of Education. You also want to have the Minister of Health, for example, providing the health services that will make people want to go to those rural areas. And also, once that is done, the chances are the need for these rural hardship allowances may no longer be necessary. So we need to address the core factors that are causing these challenges. I don't know if I've asked the issue in Uganda. Of course, you mentioned nepotism for teacher recruitment, and normally those things arise because there's very small numbers of teachers being employed at a time. And that was picked up in our data, not only for recruitment, but also for promotion, and then even for the recruitment of temporary teachers. And just to respond to the final question, multi-stakeholder design is basically you are involving different stakeholders. The issue of teacher shortage involves different stakeholders, from teachers, people in the ministry, international development partners. So that, in short, defined is a way to look at multi-stakeholder. And the other point was around the sample. The sample is not very big, but it's diverse. So we've got 12 student teachers currently on a teacher training program. We've got 2 senior officials from the Ministry of Education. We've got 2 persons from the International Development Community, UNICEF, and another organization. And then the primary education advisors. So it's quite a diverse, even though it is a small sample, typically for qualitative studies. I don't know if I've answered all the questions, hopefully.
Yeah, thank you. I think the issue of a teacher shortage is a very interesting issue. I'm sure we'll continue discussing it from here. And that is the reason of a conference, is that just networking and continue discussing. So thank you. I think we will continue to come to you and continue to discuss this once we finish with this session. So I think we can clap for Peter. Yeah. We can proceed for the next one, Eugenia Takabarasha. I hope I'm pronouncing it well. It is correct. Yeah. Can you put the presentation of... for the sake of time, we are going to give her 10 minutes. Then we will get only 2 questions, 2 burning questions. Then we will continue to discuss with her after this presentation. Because we have 3 remaining presentations and the time is not on our side. So you can proceed, please.
Student teacher internship supervision. Sorry. I'm presenting on examining student teacher internship supervision and final lesson examining a teacher training colleges in Rwanda. I would like to take you through the background to the study. The study examines how school attachment supervision practices and examining for year 3 students at one TTC in the eastern province of Rwanda leads to sustainable development or affects sustainable development. Internationally, governments, including Rwanda, are struggling to match education systems with the global labor markets. TTC in Rwanda are criticized for not fully aligned to CBC requirements and the global education systems for sustainable development. Sustainable development is in line with AU Agenda 2063 of the Africa we want and the SDG 4 of quality education. Rwanda has made great strides in advancing quality education, especially at basic education level. There are 16 teacher training colleges in Rwanda, and all follow CBC since 2015. At least 7 Zimbabwean tutors are at each TTC to co-teach with local tutors since 2022, and I'm one of them. School attachment and final lesson are internship components that also include micro-teaching and demonstration school practice. The TTC subject components include science and mathematics, language education, early childhood, and social studies education. School attachment or teaching practice is conducted in term 1 for 3 months. Then final lesson, that is the examining of the school attachment, is done in term 3, within 3 to 4 days at demonstration schools. Demonstration schools are schools that are near the TTCs. And students during school attachment are supervised by mentors and tutors. The problem statement. Although student-teacher internship is key in the Rwanda teacher education program, this study believes that school attachment supervision and final lesson examining processes indicate gaps, as is required of CBC and global competent teacher requirements, which impact negatively on quality teacher preparation for sustainable development. This study is important in that literature about internship in Rwanda, TTCs, and yet alone, focusing on school attachment and final lesson component processes is scant. Also, this study is relevant in that it's going to add to existing scholarship and contributing to sustainable development. The third question is that how do the school attachment supervision and examining, that is final lesson, at a TTC in Rwanda influence teacher quality preparation for sustainable development? This study is informed by Vygotsky's social constructive learning theory. It emphasizes that individuals construct knowledge through interaction with more knowledgeable others, that is MKO, and within the context of their social and cultural environment. And the key concepts of this theory are ZPD and scaffolding. The methodology is as follows. It was a mixed methods research design. The population were TTC students, tutors, and administration. It was purposive sampling of 62 participants, comprising 40 final year students, and these were year 3, of the academic year 2023 to 2024. There were also 20 tutors and 2 administrative staff. Data was collected through interviews, questionnaires, document analysis in form of analysis of student supervision forms, and participant observation. I was a participant in this data collection and this study in that I am a research and pedagogical advisor to teacher training colleges. Data collection was done in 2 phases. The first data collection was done in term 1 during school attachment. And the second data collection was done in term 3 during final lesson examining. This was the examining of school attachment. Then data was analyzed in themes after familiarization and the coding processes. I'm trying to move on. Kindly, it's not responding. Oh, thank you. The following are the findings. That map depicts the deployment pattern of 218 students of the year 2023 to 2024. As you can see, the circled places where the students are deployed of 1 TTC in Eastern Province. So this is one ETTC, which deployed countrywide. The students are all over the country, in all the provinces. And the students, as you can see, where they are deployed is overlapping into other TTCs with red markings. The rest of the 16 TTCs are indicated in red markings. Then one TTC is deploying all over the country, overlapping into other TTCs. Thank you. Then also, during the supervision, the findings was that there was only one supervision in one term. Remember, I said the school attachment was conducted in one term, that is in 3 months. And within that 3 months, there was a single supervision or once-off supervision. And during the supervision, remember I talked about the options, the SME, ECLP, and LE options. Let me start with the SME option. When we're looking at the SME option, 30% taught science and 70% taught mathematics, which shows that this was a once-off supervision. Some students who taught mathematics, those 70% were never supervised in science. And those that were supervised in science were not again supervised in mathematics. The same applies to ECLPE. The subject that was supervised most was Kinyarwanda, which 38%, then 22% mathematics, then social studies with the lowest supervision. Then language education option, 47% taught Kinyarwanda, and for English, 22%. Again, French, it was only one student who was supervised while he's teaching French. But out of that class, there are about 35 students doing French. Okay, I'll continue with my findings. Hey, this is not responding fast. Okay, thank you. So as you saw from my demonstration, there are deployment overlaps in other TTC locations, and also the supervisions are once off by tutors. Yes, the mentors also supervise the mentor students, but the TTC tutors, they only have once off supervision, once off visits. Also, final lesson examining was conducted at 4 demonstration schools in term 3. School attachment done in term 1. It's examining in term 3, 5 months later. Then 2 TCs, they conduct final lesson together on exchange basis. Mainly, final lesson takes an average of 2 weeks. 1 week in one TTC, then they exchange to go to another TTC. Also, the final lesson teams had 3 assessors, each comprising 2 local TTC tutors and a school-based mentor. Then 1 subject was supervised during school attachment, as I said earlier. 1 subject was supervised by tutors during school attachment, but 2 subjects were examined during final lesson. Sorry. Network. Okay, I can continue, but I will try to continue. Thank you.
Yeah, you can continue.
Okay, remember I said there's a once-off supervision and 1 subject being supervised during school attachment, but 2 subjects examined during final lesson. It's back. Then also the other findings was just there was the use of non-tutorial staff for supervision of school attachment and final lesson examining. attachment, the non-tutorial staff being used are matrons, patrons, librarians, and discipline master. There was also the absence of external quality assurance examiners. Discussion is refusing. Okay, let me look at the discussion. I'll try to be fast. Yes, I'm being told that is I'm left with 1 minute. The discussion, I will be very fast. As you have seen that the countrywide deployments impact negatively on the supervision frequency. And also, there is no zoning. The countrywide deployment shows that there's no zoning system which can be applied, like maybe one province getting students from just around that one province for administrative purposes, and it also casts on time and costs. Also, the school attachment duration of 3 months is too short for adequate teacher development. Once off supervision also undermines teacher quality preparation, and final lesson examining at demonstration schools also undermines student performance. We're saying students are deployed all over the country, but towards examining they are brought to 2 to 4 schools where they will demonstrate that being removed from their areas of practice, from their environment, from their learners, and made to practice, to be examined in demonstration schools. The following are the recommendations. In conclusion, although Rwanda has made great strides in advancing quality education at basic education level, particularly TTCs, school attachment student supervision frequencies is impacted negatively by its duration, deployment pattern, and the absence of quality assurance processes. Recommendations. Rwanda Education Board is recommended to consider a 12-month school attachment duration, and also to bring the final lesson forward so that the students are examined soon after completion of the school attachment. And also, Rwanda Education Board is advised to consider the use of external examiners, especially using University of Rwanda lecturers to come and validate and benchmark, and also to monitor compliance during final lesson examining and supervision. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can we clap for her? Yeah. Do we have 2 burning questions? We start from Ngusa. Can we combine the question in one? Then we start from Ngusa, and you choose one will represent this group. Then we get 2 questions. Then you know her name is Eugenia. You will look for her. If you have anything to add, then we socialize when you finish here. Thank you.
You told us that you used a mixed method research design. I think that is not a design, it's an approach. You need to tell us a specific design that you use, whether it is a case study, ethnographic, or any other design. So there is a difference between design and approach or methodology. Please make that very clear.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. What I want to say is that supervision of the teachers, if it's not done in the right way, then we will not have quality teachers in the field. So she mentioned something that there is one-off supervision by the tutor. So I'm wondering if that teacher is supervised once, how will he or she get the feedback that she has improved? You see, that is something that you really need to put in your recommendation, so that in future, they have to supervise. If they are learning 3 subjects, the 3 subjects need to be supervised and given feedback. And then you mentioned something about absence of external quality examiners. Maybe that is because of the funds from the national government, but you can also recommend that other countries, best practices, they use external examiners. And you mentioned something that there is use of non-tutors like matrons for financial gains. I don't know how that one is coming in, because now it will interfere again with the quality. Something, you mentioned something, use of non-tutors, matrons. I wondering who are these matrons who can come in the classroom, and we are talking of quality education. So supervision is very important. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Can you answer to those two questions, please?
Thank you. Let me start with the first correction. Thank you very much. Yes, it was a typing error. It's a case study of a one teacher training college. Then the second one is about the feedback, the issue of absence of external examiners. Yes, I noticed that, and we really need external assurance, quality assurance examiners. That third eye is very important for quality assurance. And then the use of non-tutors, yes, we're recommending that even if it is financial gain, that compromises quality. Because the matron, the patron are boarding masters and boarding mistresses. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we can clap for her. Then we proceed for the next presentation. Actually, this issue of teacher practice also is a very burning issue and very interesting. So we are going to continue discussing it even in the next presentation. So I've been giving time to others. Now I can get for myself, you know.
It's time now for our moderator, Dr. Dani Imaniriho, a very good friend of mine for about more than 10 years. So we give you 10 minutes to present, and then we'll have time for questions and suggestions. Welcome, sir.
Thank you, Professor Ngusa. The previous presentation was about school practice. So, as I said, this is a very burning issue. We can't finish discussing it because since the previous one was talking about school practice in the TTC, that means in secondary school. This one, we are going to talk about school practice at university level, and specifically in those programs which prepare teachers, but at university level. I'm the presenter, I'm presenting, but I'm representing a team which is doing this research, which is made by Dr. Benjamin, Dr. Delphine Mukingambeho, and Professor Sylvestre Nzahabwanayo. The title is Stakeholder Perspective on School Attachment, a multi-level examination of challenges and best practices. Actually here, we were trying to analyze the perspective of stakeholders on school attachment, looking at their opinion on how it is being carried out and how it is being implemented. Why? Because the school attachment is very critical in pre-service teacher training. I always ask people, if you go to hospital and you have your child, he or she has a problem in his stomach, and they tell you this doctor is going to perform operation on the stomach of your child, he has been reading all books on medical stuff on the stomach, but this is the first time he or she's going to perform operation. What will you do? That is showing you how practice is very important. Now, if the medical doctor is going to open the stomach, imagine the teacher who is going to open the mind of your child. So he or she needs practice. However, the problem is, even though we are investing in school practice, we are putting a lot of money in school practice, but the people continue to report some challenges and some problems. But those challenges and the problems are reported informally. When you are talking to people, they continue saying, this is not going well, this is not going well. That is why we thought that there should be a kind of research where we correct systematically the opinion and the perspective of stakeholders. The problem is, many previous studies focused on the opinion of student, perspective of student. Here I'm talking about student teachers who are involved in school practice. Here at university, we call it school attachment. Many people did not go deep and correct the opinion of the university leaders, the people in charge of organizing school practice at university, the leaders of schools where those students are attached, and the mentors who follow them, who are mentoring them. That is why we thought that it is important to conduct the research, meet all those people, discuss with them, and see or analyze their perspective. The objective of this study, you can see it here, explore the challenges experienced by the stakeholders and generate stakeholders-driven recommendations that goes with the research questions. And the theoretical framework, we were based on ecological systems and the learning theory and the stakeholders theory. Here, the research was qualitative, and the target population were students from 2 universities, AUCA, which represent private universities, and University of Rwanda, which represent public universities. We collected the data using a questionnaire, using interviews, and focus group discussions, and the data was analyzed by thematic analysis. Now the key findings, remember here we're looking at the perspective of stakeholders. We have so many perspectives, so many opinions. Here we have selected only the most important, which were shown by the stakeholders. Like for school leaders, they're saying the students who are coming have a problem of English. That means in training them, we need to focus on English, because when they get to school, they go to teach, and when they go to teach, the English is very low. By the way, last time when I was visiting one of students, when he was teaching, students in primary school were speaking better English than him. Then because he was not in a good position, he decided to teach physics in Kinyarwanda because he could not speak English. So that is one of the challenges school leaders are saying that they are facing. Internship duration, some are for 1 month, for 3 months, for 6 months. It is not harmonized. That is one. Second, they say the duration is not enough. 1 month or 2 months is not enough for someone to become a teacher. And again, to go for practice in the last year, that also is a problem. How do we dispatch the practices throughout the program? And again, collaboration gap. Schools are not collaborating with the universities. University supervisors are not collaborating with the mentors, school-based mentors. School-based mentors are not collaborating with the head teachers of those schools. There is a big problem of collaboration between stakeholders. And trained mentors, they say we are sending our student teachers to schools, but those who are mentoring them are not trained in mentorship and financial strains. That is from school leaders. Student teacher, they were talking about preparedness gap. Some of them were saying that when they get to school, they don't even know how to prepare a lesson. They don't know how to fill all those documents which are given to them. Mentorship quality, placement issues, mental and financial burden. For school-based mentors, they raised the issue of communication, that means the collaboration, and the lack of training and incentives, because they say, you give us students to mentor, but there is no incentive, and yet it is extra work which you are doing. For university supervisors, they say some best practice exists because they give feedback every time they get there. They organize peer learning, because when you supervise 5 or 6 students, you put them together and you tell them to help each other and to evaluate each other. But there are also systemic weaknesses like supervisor overload, because some of them are saying we are supervising 5, 6 people in one day. And if you see how it is dispatched in 8 hours, how can you supervise people, give them feedback, then go to next one in only 8 hours? That is a problem. Late visit, they say we visit students in their last week of school attachment. So they don't have time to implement the feedback we give it to them. And for university leaders, they talk about structural constraint, like poor planning, late placement, limited funding, and weak school collaboration. Now here you can see that we have a problem of misalignment between policy and practice, because the policy is clear on what should be done, but practice is a problem. Limited preparedness, internship as a stressor, and uneven support system. When you put those together, this is what you find. And we talked about literature review. When you link the finding to literature review.
2 minutes remaining.
Thank you. You see that the findings reflect a complete experiential cycle. Students lack sufficient feedback and reflection opportunity in this cycle of Corbin. And the implication is that we need the policy revision. We need the capacity building, especially for school-based mentors and university supervisors, because most of them, they did not do education. So some of them don't know how to supervise a lesson. And again, financial support, and we need to strengthen collaboration between all stakeholders, either at university or at school. When you go to conclusion, here we show the importance of school attachment, but there are some systemic gaps which were identified, and we have some stakeholders' perspective on how we can deal with those gaps. So I think that is what we have to present, and thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Dan, for such a good presentation. It's time now for questions and discussion. Only 2 hands I need. Yes. If it can be, maybe some others also may talk. It will be nice. Like you have a new hand here. Then the second one. Briefly, please.
Thank you. The reporter was asking that when we ask a question, so that she report, we can give names. Names of, if you ask your questions, the reporter was asking that we give names.
Okay, you introduce yourself.
Oh, thank you. My name is Dr. Eugenia. I'm a research and pedagogical advisor at TTC Nyamata. Thank you for your presentation, and it's quite relevant. And like these days, we've got your students, we've got UR students. But I've got a question. Now that you have talked about strengthening the relationship between UR and stakeholders, what have you done so far to strengthen the relationship with TTCs? The reason I'm asking is that we see your students, UR students coming, they go to, they teach, they whatever, but it looks like there's no mentoring. They seem to be independent in most of the time and not having mentoring, and much mentoring is such, just they're just given to say this is your mentor, but it's not that intensive. And also when the supervisors come, there's no interaction between supervisor and mentor. What measures are you taking to strengthen that? Thank you.
The second one.
Thank you very much, Dr. Dan, for that very good presentation on school assessment. And my question is, I have 3 in one. One of them is about the mentors. How come that they are not well trained or well sensitized on what to look for in these student teachers? And then the other one is, these student teachers,
or the one they emphasize, they are not necessarily what we emphasize. So, things to do with social responsibilities. While in Western countries they emphasize self-awareness, independence, just the self. The tendency in my study was that we should put more focus on such social skills, social responsibility. And another one, so that's an area to focus. It should be emphasized. Not the self necessarily, but the social one. Another contribution was, there was I haven't talked about the quantitative outcomes, but there was a trend that was interesting, because there seemed to be a negative trends in students' evaluation of the classroom climate. All that intervention, although they were not significantly, statistically significant, but there were those negative trends. And that was really interesting. I wondered, how come? The expectation was that students would perceive the classroom environment to be more positive, the classroom climate to be more positive, to be more supportive. And, well, I think I already discussed it in terms of, getting, overestimating before the intervention. They might have overestimated the classroom environment. They may have normalized, actually, some of the negative practices. For them, getting punished, well, fine, it's normal. But then at the end, thanks to the practices, thanks to their better awareness, something might be wrong here. Actually, we should be treated better than this. So that might be the reason why the trend was negative. But of course, because this was a case study, it did not have a control group. I recommend that more robust methods can be used to check, to verify, or to confirm that hypothesis.
I think
Thank
we
you.
continue discussing that. Yeah. Thank you, and we really thank you for your patience when the power was cut. Mary, you can take another picture here when it is still clear. Because if you present that picture in Kenya, they will wonder if you were presenting in the night. So you can come back and then take another one when the time comes. Yeah. Yeah. So as Delphina is, yeah, you can take the picture. We can even give you the microphone so that they know.
Thank you for listening to me in the darkness. This is me on graduate employability. It's been a pleasure just sitting and hearing from all of us and exchanging knowledge. And I think with Ernest, we share an interest area. So looking forward to more collaborations. Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you.
Okay, now we are going to listen to Delphine. We still have some minutes to lunch. So let us hear from Delphine. Then we shall proceed for next. So Dr. Delphine is going to present to us.
Very much for giving me this opportunity to present our research entitled Integration of Genocide Studies in Rwandan Secondary Schools, Challenges and Strategies for Enhanced Educational Impact. I am Delphine Mukingambeho from University of Rwanda-College of Education. This research was carried out in collaboration with others, including Associate Professor Jean-Leonard Buhigiro from University of Rwanda College of Education, Dr. Jean-Baptiste Ndagijimana, University of Rwanda College of Education, and Dr. Nancy from University of Dar es Salaam. Here I'm with Associate Professor Jean-Leonard Buhigiro. Yeah. Now, as a background to this study, you know that the 1994 genocide against the Tutsi in Rwanda remains a deeply significant event in the nation's history. It has a lasting impact on Rwandan society, shaping its collective memory and national identity. And in response to this, the government of Rwanda introduced genocide studies into secondary schools curriculum as a remedy to learn about its causes, cause and effects. Now, understanding how this integration is functioning across various subjects in secondary schools is essential for evaluating but also improving the effectiveness of genocide education in schools. Now, as I said, integration of genocide studies is part of the national curriculum reform, which was done under the competence-based curriculum in 2015, and genocide was included as one of the 8 cross-cutting issues. However, teaching genocide remains highly complex. Some teachers reported that it is among the most difficult topics to teach in Rwandan history curriculum. Again, existing research has focused on challenges mainly facing by history teachers, but there is a lack of empirical evidence on integration of genocide studies across all subjects, including science subjects, languages, and social sciences. And there is no comprehensive cross-disciplinary analysis, practical strategies which has been proposed. Now, our study wants to explore the challenges faced by Rwandan secondary school teachers in integrating genocide studies as a cross-cutting issue across various subjects in secondary schools, and proposing strategies, effective strategies for its successful implementation. The study based on various theories, including trauma theory, cultural theory, social constructivism, critical pedagogy, and post-colonial theory. All those theories show the psychological, cultural, educational, but also political barriers to effectively teaching genocide studies. Concerning existing studies, they highlight different challenges like emotional and psychological impact, cultural and resource limitations, teacher preparedness, and political sensitivities. Also, the literature suggests some effective strategies like teacher training, use of student-centered methods like use of testimonies, discussions, and commonly engaging community engagement to build empathy, to build critical thinking. We have also the use of technology and interdisciplinarity. Yeah. Our aim is to explore the challenges faced by teachers in various subjects when integrating genocide studies, but also strategies proposed by teachers to demonstrate whether they corroborate or contradict with the existing study. Our study was qualitative with descriptive phenomenology design, We use semi-structured interviews and with 23 purposefully selected secondary school teachers in 6 schools of eastern, northern, and western provinces of Rwanda. And 2 schools were selected by province, including 1 teacher training college and 1 general education school, in total making 6 schools. And TTC schools were purposefully selected, while general education schools were randomly selected. And data were thematically analyzed. Some of the key challenges in terms of key findings, in terms of key challenges, we saw that teachers experience emotional but also ethical challenges, including, for instance, the sensitivity of the topic, but also personal experiences of teachers and learners in relation to genocide happening in 1994. We have also challenges in non-humanities subjects, like in science subject. Some teachers reported that it's not easy to integrate genocide studies, for instance, in chemistry lessons, in geography lessons, depending on the nature of the lesson. It's difficult for them. They also highlighted that there is a lack of content pedagogical knowledge, where some teachers reported that they don't have expertise in genocide studies. They don't have enough knowledge in genocide studies. Their area of expertise does not correlate with genocide studies. And also lack of specialized professional development. Other key finding was practical issues in terms of lack of resources, like lack of textbook talking about genocide studies, lack of related teaching aids, lack of ICT equipment, but also the high cost of field trip to genocide memorial site, which makes that field trip are not carried out in schools. But also there was an issue of time constraint, saying that it's not easy for a period of 40 minutes to cover the content, the subject content, but also to talk about genocide. Among strategies proposed by teachers, teachers suggested that the teaching of genocide should be carried out in local language Kinyarwanda, so that everyone can understand the history of Rwanda in the local language. Again, they proposed the increase of resources, especially for study tours to genocide memorial sites, but also they wanted that specialized professional training be provided, especially in the area of how to integrate genocide studies in different subjects. They also suggested institutional policies on how sensitive topics should be addressed in classrooms, but also suggested institutional support systems, including counseling services at school. Yeah. The study highlighted that teachers face multifaceted challenges in integrating genocide studies into lessons, which have been categorized into emotional and ethical domains, pedagogical domains, subject-specific, and practical domain. This highlights the need for a comprehensive support system for teachers. It requires not just more resources, but also it requires training teachers, reforming curriculum, providing emotional support to both teachers and students, but also collaboration across subjects. And successful genocide education must be a whole school and systemic effort, not just the responsibility of individual teachers. Yes, the findings also align with the existing literature in terms of theories and empirical studies. And as a conclusion, The findings underscore the complexity of teaching sensitive history, and it contributed to education stakeholders' understanding of barriers teachers encounter when discussing sensitive historical events and the need for targeted interventions. And those studies suggest a whole approach for systemic changes in how genocide studies are supported within secondary schools subjects. Yeah, while this study was insightful, but it was carried out on small and region-specific, limiting generalization of findings, and there is a need for broader research, including student perspectives, but also CPD program impacting evaluation. We are thanking you for your kind attention. Your comment, observations, and questions are welcome. Thank you.
Just 2 questions. I want to precise something. Actually, now we are in the theme of global competencies and citizenship. That is why we're talking about that. Before we were in addressing future workforce need, now we shifted to global competencies.
Thank you, Doc, for your good presentation. I've got a question on your recommendations. Your major recommendation is the holistic approach to the teaching of genocide. Could you clarify on that holistic approach? What does it entail? Thank you.
You can take the questions, then once they finish, you can write them somewhere. Then we it is comment, then we come to Ngusa, then we come to you. Oh, yeah. So you will have the...
This is Elizabeth Katam. Mine is a comment that I am happy Rwanda is teaching this topic on genocide. In Kenya in 2008, 7 and 8, we had also almost something like a genocide, but it was clashes, it was conflict, and it was bad. And we did not integrate in our curriculum. But now, because we are talking of global competencies and etc., I would urge that maybe in the Rwandan curriculum can incorporate this genocide aspect as PCI, pertinent and contemporary issue. You know, those are issues that we are saying we can face, like COVID-19, conflict, disasters, and you know, anything that we do not anticipate. So that now, even in mathematics, if I'm a teacher of mathematics, although I'm very poor in mathematics, I will say when we kill 1 million people, which revenue are we? How much are we losing? Something like that, you know, like PCI, we call it, and then it will be okay. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. for that very, I would say, very touching topic and presentation. And for me, I'm just wondering whether that is the end of the study, because as much as we are mindful of the educators, how about the recipients, that is the students? They were not there. They are now hearing it from the teachers. How is their response? How do they feel? I think we need to go ahead and also find out that, so that now we can take care of everything. Remember, it is the classroom, and the teacher is there, the students are here. Thank you. Yeah.
Okay, we go very fast to Professor Ngusa.
Thank you so much. I want to commend you for a very good work done, because this is a very critical issue here in Rwanda. But my comment is similar to what my sister here gave. It sounds like it's too specific. Why can't it be like a peace and harmony or something like that? Because there might be some other issues similar to genocides which also need to be included in the curriculum. But my next question is, In your study, you have used about 4, if not 3 theories. Was it because one theory was not satisfactory and then you decided to use another theory? What is it exactly? You would like to hear that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Mine is like, I need you to have a critical thinking on a statement which you made also in terms of policy making and what Rwanda wants at the end. You talked about your findings stating that there is a need for teaching the genocide in the local language. Yet Rwanda also is also shifting from that issue of teaching in a French and the Kinyarwanda into English. What's your take in the critical thinking? How do you see the finding from the participants, and what is your critical thinking as you look into the policy which has already been made by Rwanda? Thank you.
Thank you. I think we are going to add the last question from.
Thank you. It's not a question, it's a suggestion. You are using qualitative approach for your methodology. I suggest that you drop random sampling as part of your sampling procedures.
Okay. Now you can briefly answer these questions, please.
Okay. Thank you very much for your questions and the comments. Starting with the first question on holistic approach for systemic changes, here we wanted to mean that in order to successfully integrate genocide studies, the issues will not only be solved by a single individual teacher or a school, but different stakeholders must be involved in addressing the issues, including the government, including private institutions working in the domain of genocide studies. Now, working together, involving stakeholders to bring solutions to different challenges. For someone who was talking about not involving a student, as you can see, the last bullet there, we focus only on teachers' perspectives, but we wish next time to focus also on student perspectives. Or for including maybe peace in this study. You know, in Rwanda, I have talked about 8 cross-cutting issues which are included in secondary school curriculum, and peace education is also another cross-cutting issue, apart from genocide studies. And I am sure there is also a study which was done to see how also peace education is included in genocide, how peace education is integrated in different subjects in secondary schools. Now, our study focused only on another issue of genocide studies. For why more theories? Yes, you directly answered the question. This is because we saw that we missed a theory that can cover maybe different barriers. We saw that different theory, they cover some aspects of barriers first in the teaching of sensitive topics like genocide, and we thought it may be helpful also to highlight those theories. Why? This is the suggestion from teachers that maybe the genocide studies, that component of genocide studies in Rwanda can be taught in Kinyarwanda, because they were saying even we teachers, we are struggling in English, runners are struggling in English, better that the component of the genocide of Rwanda be taught in in Kinyarwanda where they can understand, interact, because when they don't master the language of instruction, this also limit their interaction. Yeah. Okay. For dropping random sampling, we will again look at it and draw it if necessary. I think I have answered all the questions. If there is any other addition.
Thank you, Dr. Delphine.
Thank you.
So can we clap for her? Okay, thank you. Now it is time for lunch, but after lunch we'll come back here and continue with this theme of global competencies and citizenship. So you are welcome again, and you have enjoy your lunch. Thank you.
Colleagues, it is lunchtime and we are supposed to be back in parallel sessions in the next 30 minutes counted from now. In the next 30 minutes, we are supposed to be back in our respective parallel session rooms or our rooms of interest. So let us carefully manage the time at hand. Thank you. Enjoy your lunch.
Ladies and gentlemen, enjoy your lunch. I know you cannot speak when, there is a lot you are doing. It's just a reminder that if you have some free time, remember to visit the Science and Mathematics exhibition corner there. It's there, very interesting, innovative. And as you finish your lunch, go back to your parallel sessions. And the agenda of today is up to late evening, 5, 6. Then after that, we'll be here at 7 again, but in between, feel free to step outside, enjoy some fresh air, stretch a little bit, visit the surroundings, enjoy a bit of Kigali in the surroundings here. Then tonight we reconvene for a gala dinner that will take place here. Please get ready to be here on time, 7 p.m. to network, connect, and entertain as we are sharing our gala dinner. Thank you.
Uh, Good afternoon, colleagues, or good after lunch. It is my humble request that moderators and chairperson of different personal discussions settle in their respective rooms. Then the rest of us are also invited to join their rooms depending on the topics of our interest. Thank you. We have started the afternoon sessions. So as you walk out of the main hall, make sure that you pick a bottle of water, because in the other part of the session there is no water. Second, if you have not yet cleared with finance, please make sure that you do it by now. Which room is that?
Because like there are themes, sub-themes that were not discussed yet. So where are those sub-themes?
They remain the same rooms.
Sure.
Yes, we didn't change the rooms. Yeah. If a theme belongs to a room, that's where it's supposed to be presented.
Then other themes that were not discussed, were there themes
We started with those of yesterday. We cleared them. Then we knew the results.
I need to be where I'm supposed to be because I'm chairing a
Yeah,
session.
sure. That's okay. Thank you. Here is the person talking over the mic, reminding that it is time. Second, when you go in the parallel room, make sure that you pick a bottle of water from the main hall. Third, if you haven't yet cleared with finance, make sure that you clear now. If you cleared, get your receipt. Thank you. I think it is not really polite to come and say so and so, haven't done so and so. So when you give that general message, you understand. Thank you.
So can we start, please? Can you join and we start? Those who are behind one in this group, do we have Tawanda here? Tawanda? Tawanda Shamirwa? James Maizere? Do we have James here? Nzabimana Damien? So Damien is here. Owino Elizabeth? And Elizabeth Katami? Ah, okay. She's here. Katami also is here. What is it? Yeah, we is it Elizabeth Katami?
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. As they set the machines, please be reminded that we have a fabulous gala dinner cocktail, whatever you call it, at 6. At 6, we have a cocktail gala dinner of sorts, some music, some dance, some culture shows. Be ready to participate. Don't go away. And tell your colleagues who are not here.
Are you ready? Are you ready? Did you submit your presentation, Elizabeth? Did you submit your presentation? I'm not finding it. So now I think we are going to start with the Gatarira Kobes together with the Ishimwe Moise. So we are in the theme of global competencies and citizenship, holistic education and student well-being. So Kobes, the floor is yours.
Okay, good afternoon. So I'm going to present this topic, the challenges and strategies for improving genetics in teaching and learning in upper secondary schools. This case study, the case study took place in Gachenye district. So actually, genetics is very important in education. Genetics can help to understand heredity, evolution, even biotechnology. As you know, like from the food we eat, you know, from vaccine and what, you know, we need to apply, for example, biotechnology in order to achieve something. Not only that, you know, also in medicines, you know, the way they make the tablets and the other medicines, we need to use the genetics. Even globally, there are challenges. All of us, we know, like HIV, for example, you know, we don't have a medicine for HIV. Why? Because there is what you call DNA replication that is not easy to understand. When you don't understand the replication of DNA, then you cannot get that medicine. The same case like a gene expression, the way, you know, for example, this HIV can express is not easy to understand. This is causing a challenge, you know, in medicine. So the problem statement, you know, we decided to take this topic because, you know, lab showed that in this district, less than 50% they can perform very well in genetics. In 2023-2024, you know, like 2 schools, including École Primaire Busache, they scored 53.73% in the national exam, while Groupe Scolaire Gachenye scored 44.68%. So you see, this is a very big challenge because, you know, students did not perform very well in the national exam. So even in 2015, this is the time Rwanda introduced the competence-based curriculum from knowledge-based curriculum. Even at this time, we still have 70%, you know, the schools, they don't have lab resources. To see that we have only 30%, 70% still missing. So this is even teaching genetics, so many topics, they are abstract. So the objective then of this study was to investigate the challenge and the strategies we can use to increase the performance in the upper secondary school in the Gachenye district. The specific objective was to identify the key challenges teachers face when teaching genetics, then to explore, you know, the current strategies, even to assess how those strategies can be used to achieve a good result. So our research questions was, what are the main obstacles in teaching genetics? Even what are the strategies we can use to handle those challenges, and how well do strategies enhance genetic learning? So methodology. So our key findings, our results showed that many topics are very difficult to understand. For example, this DNA, structure of DNA and replication for lab attendant, 100%, they showed that, they don't understand very well this concept. Even a student, up to 82%, they did not understand this concept of structure of DNA and replication. Even many, as you see those results, they are not visible there, but, many results showed that, the student scored a very minimum performance score. Then the discussion. Our findings showed that 86% of students struggle to understand genetics. This is in link with other findings. For example, Rwanda 2022, even Cindy Kubgayo et al., even they got the same results, showing that this one is not only for Gachenya district, but across the entire country, even abroad. So the same case, this one is in the same context, in the same line like this cover et al., in the study of this team, in the study of 5,000 students.
So you can see we have very many of them. So I'm wondering who was now the key? Where did
So what I can say here, no one to blame. Because, like in Rwanda, we changed the curriculum. This is the third time we changed the curriculum. From 1962, we were using syllabus. Then from that time, we used this what you call knowledge-based curriculum. Then in 2015, this CBC was introduced. In the time we change the curriculum, we look for the progress. As the result, even anytime we change the curriculum, you see the performance of students will increase. So from this time, we cannot say that we are blaming anyone. But this time may be, this change or curriculum reform, will add something and so on. Yes.
Yeah, but we are talking of evidence-based decisions, and that is where now we want to know what did the teachers say about the curriculum or about that topic. You are talking of only one topic, genetics. What did the teachers say? Is it too difficult? Is it abstract for them to explain to the learners? And that is where I was asking, where is the problem?
See, I stated this even in the background. Genetics, not only in the Gachenya district, is difficult. Globally, it is difficult. I gave example of now, we don't have a medicine to cure this HIV. Why? Because DNA replication in HIV is very complicated. Yes, this is a global challenge, not only in Rwanda, but across the globe. Yes.
Yes, but now we are talking of, we are in this digital era, and I want to believe that it can help us even understand.
Yes, we hope
what we
that,
may not have been
by
understanding.
involving AI and other tools, we reach to possible solutions.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Kobens. We can clap for him so that now we have Onias Musaniwa.
Good afternoon, colleagues. I'm Joseph. My co-presenters are Onias Msaniwa, Maizere James, and Sezbera Emmanuel. Our topic is navigating the journey from lower secondary school to teachers' colleges, students' experiences at a teacher training college in Rwanda. Our background, as students move from secondary to tertiary, it involves a lot of things to the student. It involves the personal, psychological, social, economic, and academic challenges. So it is a process. It's not a one-day thing. It's not an event. According to studies, it shows that students are affected. Those issues, the personal, the economic, and the like, affect students so much if not well handled. Hence, the purpose of this study to explore the experiences of first-year students, the experiences at a tertiary college. The problem, the Rwandan context is that the lower secondary school learning is a bit free, is a bit relaxed in terms of demands as compared to a teacher training college environment, which is highly controlled. Such a scenario creates challenges for students who enroll in teacher training colleges. These findings that we are generating, we hope they can one day inform those who are in charge of the transition of students from one part of learning to the next. The study is guided by those objectives highlighted. The theoretical framework is a Nicholson model of transition. This model guides how transitions should be handled in one form of an education system from another. What should be done? How should it be done? And the impact of whatever actions is being done by those in authority. Methodology. We adopted a qualitative approach and a case study design, and one college was sampled in the Eastern Province out of 5 TTC colleges there for an in-depth understanding of this issue of the transitions. 10 students, 5 tutors, 2 staff members from the Students Affairs Department participated in the study, where in a TTC made up of 307, 32 were engaged, and then 5 members from a discipline department was also involved. In-depth interview and focus group interviews were utilized and thematically analyzed. The findings. The study established that separation of students from a comfortable environment to another environment was a challenge. Coping with new academic demand. According to students, the demand in TTCs is so strong, is extreme as compared from where they are coming from. It also involved issue of use of finances, uses of resources, which they are not familiar with. Discussion Separation, that separation, according to students, they find themselves in depression, in anxiety, at times in isolation, failing to manage the new situation. The curriculum demands as well put a pressure on the students, and there is a lot of stress because of fear of failure and because of lack of rest. Lack of resources also that they want to use, because when they come, they stay there. They hardly move out except if there is a genuine reason why you need to go home. So it also creates a bit of some stress on the part of students. As guided by Nicholson mode of transition, these experiences need to be attended to. There is need of adjustment so that the main purpose of the students in the TTC, which is getting the competencies, can be realized. Getting the skills can be realized. When students are not comfortable, when they are not relaxed, when they are under some stress, they can hardly acquire the intended skills. Conclusion, the study therefore concluded that the adaptive behaviors of the new students need to be managed. There must be a smooth transition. The study recommends that the schools and colleges come up with comprehensive programs that facilitate adjustment of students to fit in a comfortable environment where they can concentrate. Comprehensive orientation program is also needed to take the learners through the journey of the new environment. Then peer education programs, guidance and counseling, all those things need to be very close to the students to ensure our students benefit from the education system that we intend them to benefit from. We thank our sponsors, our employer for allowing us to carry out this research. I thank you.
Okay, thank you. Now, do we have 2 questions? Just 2 questions?
Thank you so much, sir, and for an incredible piece of work. I would, now that you're already in an academic institution, before these comprehensive programs are developed, look at this one maybe as a form of action research. Are you planning to just develop one, a mini one that you can gradually learn from, as maybe the nation or an institution X develops a very comprehensive one? Because it's one thing to really find realities, and it's one other thing to miss out the chance. I know it may not be as easy as I'm saying, but are you planning to develop something to start off on? From your research, plus all this rich knowledge, are you in motion to start something that we can learn from?
Should I answer?
I mean, it's a comment, don't really take it like a, but just say an interaction.
Thank you. Any other question? Okay, you can answer that one. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Doc, for the question. Yes, I am from a different environment where the education system is slightly different from here. And that's why I am here. That's why I'm carrying this. So that when we say, let's move on this way, we have evidence on the ground. So this was evidence gathering with the intention of implementation, interrogation, engagement, bargaining. It's not easy. When people are used to a certain system, it's not easy. But engagement, bargaining, and providing the evidence will also help. As you can see from the respondents, we took people who are involved in the programs so that through the involvement, they start reflecting and then seeking for solutions. Then we will get there. Yes.
Okay, thank you. Can we clap for him, please? Yeah, now we are going to listen to Elizabeth Katami. Yeah.
Good afternoon. This is Elizabeth Katam from Kenyatta University. I'm in the Department of Educational Management, Policy, and Curriculum Studies. And personally, I'm in curriculum. So my topic is on teacher adoption of integrated curriculum, opportunities and challenges, a case study of junior secondary school in Kenya. So a quick background, Kenya, we are implementing competent-based curriculum and in the junior secondary school, there are subjects that are integrated. So in CPC, it allows, you can move to page 1, yeah, it allows for integration of subjects. And even in any other reform, any reform in curriculum, allows integration of subjects. So if there is anything new in curriculum, in educational practice, you can integrate. So the question that now came into my mind, when these learning areas are many and you want to integrate, how far will you integrate? Go to page 2. How far will you integrate? Because from many scholars, they have pointed out the benefits. Like, for example, it will reduce now the workload of teachers. It will reduce on the timetabling. It will make real life from the various learning areas be experienced by the learners. And on the other hand, some scholars are criticizing, saying that when you integrate so much content subjects, it may have challenges with the teachers' expertise. Do the teachers have the knowledge of those new areas that are integrated? How is the structure? How are you integrating that content? How is the structure? There are various structures. Some are very complex, and it may require a lot of funds and expertise. So the question will come in, will the country that is integrating the content having that expertise? And again, it points on assessment. I don't know if I'm the one to scroll from here or from the other side. Okay, then that is good. Scrolling down, is it this one? Now ICT, where do I, yeah, it's, okay. So when I do it, it's not responding. It's How do I scroll down? Okay. So I was giving the background. And integration of subjects is not only in one subject. It cuts across all disciplines. Social, yes, which one? Oh, this, yeah, okay. Yeah, so it cuts across STEM subjects, it cuts across technical subjects, it cuts across humanities. So it affects all teachers who are teaching in secondary school. Now, that is the background and the methodology that I use. And I want to point out, this is still a working study. We intended to use 3 instruments, focus group discussion, interviews, and questionnaire. So whatever I'm presenting using this descriptive design was only for questionnaires from teachers. So we were able to target teachers from urban areas and rural areas, 20 from urban and 20 from rural areas. And I can go straight to the findings. You can see from the findings, majority of the teachers who are teaching in this junior secondary school in Kenya, they are female teachers, and majority of them, they have taught for more than 5 to 10 years, and also they have a bachelor's degree, so that is concerning their democratic information. Now, one of the areas that we wanted to check on integration, when these learning areas, when these subjects are integrated and teachers are appointed to teach, have they been trained prior to? So, as you can see, just 55% of the teachers had been trained. So the question now is, what about the 45? Will they just teach? Yeah, you know, they try their best. So it becomes now a challenge that the government, despite training more than half of the teachers, they need to put more funds to train these remaining. Remember also, teachers retire, others also move from, you know, they may use education as a stepping stone, so others will come in. In terms of the duration of training, 55%, 20 and 25 attended in 2 days, 1 day, and 1 week training. So those who attend 1 day or two days or 1 week, most of them, they argued that they were only being trained on general areas. If it is now a technical subject where you are combining, where you are integrating maybe 5 areas, so if they only cover a general area without pointing even on those areas, you don't have any clue. So how will you go to teach? Let's see the next finding. The next finding now is on the coverage of the content. They are supposed to cover these areas that are integrated. You are supposed to teach fully and cover the syllabus. But now you see 80% only were able to cover entire content in grade 7 and 8. Now you ask yourself, what about this 20%? Supposing the 20% of the content has some content that would enable this learner to grow holistically. There are some areas that would enable this learner to survive out there, because we are not just covering content for them to pass exams. We want them to apply there. So whatever you have not covered, supposing it was supposed to help this learner adjust in the society, what will happen? Then the teaching methods. We are saying the teachers are using various teaching methods, like project-based, collaborative. But how effective, you will see from the chart that I have, they are not effective. They are just using it, but the effectiveness is still wanting. So meaning it's another barrier that the government need to look into it. How can we make these teaching methods effective? Maybe it could be the teaching resources that the teachers, they don't have, or it could be the pupil-teacher ratio. Remember somebody was saying there is scarcity of teachers. So as much as they're using learner-centered, but they are not effective. They're just using for the sake, because some of the challenges were the time, issues of time to prepare, workload, and inadequate learning tools. So from the charts there, I was just trying to see the extent of the teaching methods, often, rarely, not at all. Effectiveness of these project-based, collaborative learning, reflective, team teaching. So you can see there is a big challenge in terms of effectiveness. In paper, teachers are using, they have changed from teacher-centered to learner-centered. But in terms of effectiveness, there is still a lot of challenges. But we can still also say there are opportunities now to say teachers are embracing. So what can we do to our teachers? What type of professional development these teachers can be offered to motivate them? And ICT integration also. I looked at, because we are saying in this era of CPC, they need to integrate ICT. How far have they? Most of them, they have integrated, yes, in overall understanding of that integrated learning area. But now, look at the specific areas in selecting teaching methods, in selecting learning activities, in selecting, even understanding the formative assessment. It is, again, one thing. Those are the barriers that we are saying the government need to look into, the quality assurance need to look into, the teacher educators need to look into, so that they can support this teacher. They are using ICT because it's in the policy that they need to use, but it's not very effective. So that's why I was pointing on the opportunities and the challenges. Opportunities, they are embracing. So do we have adequate facilities of this ICT? So it's a challenge. Assessment, we are saying, they assess. Remember, they are not covering the content. Remember, they have not been trained. Remember, the teaching methods are not effective. So the assessment, about 77% of the teachers are assessing all these integrated areas, but 23 are not assessing, meaning, again, they are leaving areas that they could have known where is the strength of a given learner. So again, we are saying, in this assessment, if they don't assess, then it compromises the principles of assessment. For example, balance. We are saying assessment should be balanced. Assessment should always be continuous. Assessment should always conform with the objectives of the curriculum. So if it does not, it means our reform that we are saying we are implementing may not achieve much. So in conclusion, I can say, yes, integration of learning areas is being implemented, but with a lot of issues like high workload, inadequate training, and support in ICT that needs to be addressed. And one of the recommendations is that they should be rationalized integrated learning areas, whereby school A, if it's integrated area in science, it's the same content with school B, school D, not each school integrating or teaching what they want. And then, of course, retooling of teachers and also providing adequate ICT facilities. So it's still a working study because this was only responses from the questionnaires. We are yet to build it because we would like to add, to influence policy, especially the curriculum units, which they develop the curriculum for basic primary schools. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Just two questions. Okay, we start ladies first.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Katam. Now, when it comes to the inadequate training, you told us that the teachers are receiving 1 day training, others 2 days, others 1 week. Which is the recommended period for the training?
Yes, yes.
Thank you, Doctor, for your presentation. I'm happy that you said this is still work in progress.
Yes.
My concern is about the methodology. The sample size of 20 in a questionnaire for junior schools in Kenya, that looks a little bit worrying. Maybe you narrow it to, I don't know whether a school or a sub-county or a district or something like that. It will make some sense. But if it is still work in progress, then you need to expand the sample accordingly. Thank you.
Thank you. I have a small question. You talked about some demographic characteristics like age, training, and others.
Yes.
How do your people differ according to those demographic characteristics?
How?
Because sometimes the difference among those demographic characteristics, for example, do those who are young integrate better than those who are old? What about those who are trained and those who are not trained? Things like that. Thank you.
Thank you so much. First question on the recommended training period. I will say there is no recommended training period. What is required is the trainees should understand what they are being trained on, because in our study they pointed that although they attended 1 day training or 2 days, whatever they were covering was in general, not really specific to what they have integrated. So I can say, even if it is 1 day training, it should be tailored to those integrated areas. You may have integrated ICT to maths. So if I'm a mathematician and I'm not good in ICT, and you come and cover things outside ICT, still I will just teach my mathematics that I've understood, and I will not teach effectively the ICT component. So we are talking about effectiveness of the training. So I hope I have answered. It should be effective. And then on methodology, as I said, work in progress, we just wanted to know how is the, what is happening in rural areas and urban areas. And we just took 20 teachers from rural and urban. So as you have commented that we need to expand, maybe in our focus group discussion and interview, we can be able to expand. And finally, on the demographic information. So age, like now, when we say age, if there are many who are almost retiring, then, and they are teaching, we may now, it can inform policy on even retraining of teachers. Many are exiting. So those who are, now coming need more training. So it can inform on many aspects. It can even inform on employment. Teachers who need to be employed again. Issues like experience. Those who have less experience in the profession, we may recommend it again for retraining, supporting these, because they are new. They may not have the advantage or to attend any of these workshops. So it helps, and it will also guide in what the government can do to support. Yes, another
Thank you.
question.
I think we have a burning
question.
question.
Yeah.
Mine is just a follow-up question on someone who asked about sample. You talked about 20 teachers in rural areas and 20 teachers in urban area.
Yes.
But you didn't specifically talk about the type of sampling that you used to come to that conclusion.
Yeah, thank you. It was just passive, because once we identified the schools, we wanted the teachers who are teaching grade 7. We call it grade 7 and 8, because now they are teaching grade 9. So we wanted those who taught last year and the other year to see in terms of content coverage, how they have been assessing, how they have understood. So it was specifically for 2 standards, standard 7 and 8. Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
There's a burning question.
We have Another question? The last one.
Yeah, so thanks for the presentation. I have followed with interest because I have a project with student who is working on interdisciplinary teaching. And when I learned about this integrated curriculum, and I found, and I guess that there are similarities. And then when I was following, so I couldn't get well the scope. So which aspect of integration were you focusing on? Is it looking at it holistically without looking at some aspect? So I need that clarification. I didn't get the scope of your research and how you want maybe some element to enhance the learning or the teaching. Thank you.
Yeah, the scope of our study.
Yes.
The scope of our study.
As far as integrated curriculum is concerned.
Yes, the scope of our study in integration of these subjects is all grade 7, 8, and 9, but we are not covering grade 9. We wanted to cover grade 7 and 8 because they have been taught. We are implementing CPC. So now there are so many issues that were arising. So we decided we cover the grades or the standards that have already gone through this CPC implementation. So it was mainly grade 7 and grade 8. So that was the scope. Now the teachers who are teaching in those two grades, we could have come even lower, but now that is a different grade. We were calling it lower primary, but now I wanted to go to junior secondary.
Okay, so in terms of the level of learning or study, it's clear.
Yes.
But in terms of the content in the integrated curriculum, let's maybe clarify. If a teacher is teaching mathematics, so mathematics as a subject in the curriculum, so what do you expect as far as integrated curriculum and teaching the teacher to cover such that it reflects that they are implementing an integrated curriculum?
Thank you. You have answered well. In these two grades, mathematics is not integrated with any other subject. It affects sciences, whereby they are integrated physics, biology, chemistry. So they call it integrated science. They teach us integrated science. And then there is also social studies. They are bringing it science, they are bringing agriculture, they are bringing social studies. So those are areas also that are integrated. There is also pre-technical subjects, integrating business, integrating there is business, there is music, and many others. So we are asking, these are the subjects, there are three main subjects that have integrated. But teachers who are being told to implement, they may have only been taught physics and biology, but they have no information about chemistry. So how will they teach chemistry? And that's why now we are saying, I'm concerned about the future of these learners. If these learners are passionate in chemistry, in higher education, and he has been taught something scanty, what will happen of him? So there are three areas that we are focusing on. Mathematics was not affected, languages was not affected. I hope I have answered.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Can we clap for her? Now we have, thank you very much for this very good topic. We have Nzabihimana Damien.
Okay, thank you. I am Damien Nzabihimana. I'm going to present this article titled Influence of the Levels of Academic Self-Efficacy of First-Year Student Teachers of the University of Rwanda-College of Education on their academic performance. Yeah, I go with the background. Self-efficacy is crucial for academic performance and the everyday life as it influences belief in one's ability to achieve goals. So in this context, it is just academic goals. Academic self-efficacy in education refers to students' belief in their ability to achieve academic goals. Overlooking academic self-efficacy can negatively impact students' academic performance, future work performance, and lifestyle practices. So in Rwanda, disadvantaged students face unique challenges such as the handicap, low-income household, and mental health issues. And high self-efficacy students attribute failures to lower attempts, while low self-efficacy students attribute failure to their low abilities. Rwanda faces a barrier to quality basic education due to lack of readiness to learn, affecting cognitive, physical, language and literacy development, emotional stability, self-efficacy, motivation, and attitudes towards school and learning. These factors were explored by many researchers. So as the self-efficacy is one of the factors affecting performance, a good number of first-year student teachers of UR, College of Education, face challenges such as low academic performance and retakes. But the relationship between academic self-efficacy, which is a very pivotal factor, and the performance is unclear. I mean, this relationship between academic self-efficacy and the academic performance is not clear. Understanding this can help develop strategies such as quality care and nurturing academic self-efficacy, activities likely to nurture self-efficacy to improve academic and professional performance. The objectives of this study, actually the study has only one objective, which is to find out the extent to which the levels of self-efficacy of first-year student teachers in the UR College of Education influence their academic performance. It has only one question, which is, to what extent does academic self-efficacy of first-year student teachers in the UR College of Education influence their academic performance? In the attempt to answer this question, a hypothesis was formulated, the null hypothesis, which states academic self-efficacy of first-year student teachers doesn't influence significantly their academic performance. As the theoretical, conceptual, and the conceptual framework are concerned, the study examines the influence of academic self-efficacy on academic performance of first-year, first-year student teachers. The study considered gender effects as a moderating variable. The components of self-efficacy which were taken into consideration are self-regulating learning, passivity control, competence, and persistence, which these are independent variable. I'm sorry, this moderating effect of gender was not considered in this article. The methodology, the research utilized the survey design to collect quantitative and qualitative data on the students' teachers' academic self-efficacy. It surveyed 1,435 first-year student teachers at the University of Rwanda College of Education for the academic year 2023. And there was distribution of academic self-efficacy across three campuses, Rukara, Nyagatare, and Remera. And the population is distributed as was distributed as 771 in Rukara, 551 in Nyagatare, and 70 students in Remera campus. The study utilized probability sampling and systematic sampling first to ensure higher quality data collection and accuracy. And then the simple random sampling was used to reach the respondent. The sample size was given by using Cochrane's formula, and the sample of 304 students were considered. But 20 students and five academic staff were also interviewed using an in-depth interview. The researcher used 3 research instruments, as I have said earlier. Yes. So the research, the methodology was a mixed one. The mixed method approach was just used to enhance the validity and create stronger inferences. Data were used using SPSS, including descriptive statistics, Pearson correlation analysis, and multiple linear regression analysis, but also thematic analysis was used on qualitative data. The key findings, the results showed that students generally have, first year students generally have moderate academic self-efficacy levels across perceived control, competence, persistence, and self-regulated learning as components of academic self-efficacy. Okay, good. Yeah, the study found self-regulated learning had the highest mean score, while competence had the lowest. The study found that academic self-efficacy correlates positively, moderately, and significantly with academic performance. The highest relationship when we used multiple correlation analysis, the highest relationship was observed between persistence and academic performance, with 0.40 and something, yes, with p-value of 0.0, which was just less than 0.1 df. So which was also almost the same as the correlation between self-regulated learning and academic performance. It was almost the same, but slightly different. While the lowest correlation was observed between perceived control and academic performance. This influence was also evidenced by the regression analysis results, whereby F calculated was greater than F critical, and which was this showed that academic performance correlates significantly, positively and significantly with the academic performance. And gathered qualitative data also, when analyzed, they showed that the academic self-efficacy of students correlate or influences positively the academic performance. just the answers provided by teachers and the students proved that those with high self-confidence in academics perform better than those whose self-efficacy is low. The above results from correlational analysis and integration analysis and from interviews, that thematic analysis, led us to reject the hypothesis, the null hypothesis, and confirm that the academic self-efficacy influences positively and significantly with it influences academic academic performance, sorry. Findings of this study validate the previous findings by other scholars who found that academic self-efficacy predicts academic performance and influences motivation. These authors, they are mentioned there, found that a positive attitude towards teaching subjects significantly influences academic success, emphasizing the importance of parental support and the positive attitudes in academic success. The findings of this study also have an implication on parents, lecturers, and the counselors who have to ensure that the students are helped to enhance their academic self-efficacy in all teaching subjects and all activities so as to increase their chance to be successful both academically and socially. The study found that students generally have moderate academic self-efficacy levels across perceived control, competence, persistence, and self-regulated learning. And the highest correlation, of course, as it was observed, was on persistence and the self-regulated learning with the academic performance. So the study recommends increasing programs likely to enhance students' academic self-efficacy. Yes. Especially the component of persistence and self-regulated, because they were found the most influencing components, the most influencing the performance of students, the academic performance of students. Identifying students, at-risk students, so that they just undergo a program likely to help them. Across all colleges, conducting a study on the influence of academic self-efficacy on academic performance across all colleges of the University of Rwanda, for to better understand the university's overall performance. Thank you for your kind attention, and questions are welcome. Yes.
Let us start from here, then we come there.
Thank you so much for such a good study. Maybe I have, one is kind of a suggestion, then the two are questions. I was wondering if you, maybe in your literature review, you included a subsection about the causes of low efficacy among students, to find out the causes, if you really looked at it. Then a question, how would you relate gender and lack of efficacy among students? Did you find out the gender differences in terms of how it affects the students in terms of gender, how female students are affected and how male students are affected, the percentages in terms of how it affects their performance? Then, that's all.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for the presentation and the opportunity for me to ask some questions. yeah, the subject is really appealing to me because I've conducted some studies in the same campus, in local campus, previously on self-regulated learning and self-efficacy. And it's very interesting that, for me, I found actually a negative correlation between academic self-efficacy and academic performance. Well, now, it's been, I think, 7 years now, and probably something has happened, which is very encouraging. And maybe another study would find out more what has, although they're two different samples, but it's something to investigate further. And coming back to the instruments used, can I ask, can you tell us more about the instruments that you use to measure self-efficacy? Is it a questionnaire that you developed yourselves? Is it the one that you've adapted? And have you measured, checked for the psychometric properties? If you've done that, can you tell us what were the scales, how did they behave? And then in the background, you referred to some studies about self-efficacy and self-regulated learning. I would be really interested. Probably I will catch up with you to give me some of those references, because this is an area that attracts me.
Sorry, for the last one. The last one.
I'm talking about the studies you referred to in the background. You know, saying that self-efficacy in Rwanda is low among students. I'm curious to know some of the studies that you have found that have informed that background that you've discussed. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Presenter, sir, I want to raise two concerns on the methodology. One is on the general objective of your study and the specific objective. We all know that research is reductive in nature. And when we say research is reductive in nature, it means research seeks to simplify complex phenomena by breaking them down into smaller and manageable components. Now, a study that has one general objective and one specific objective normally has a problem. It means that the conceptualization probably was not well done. And it narrows the scope of the study and probably its use also. So I would wish to suggest that you probably go and reflect again. If your general objective was to find out the influence of self-efficacy on students' performance, then your objective, the specific ones, cannot just be one. Think about it. At least have two and above. Okay? That is one. Then two, the methodology indicates a design of survey. But you collected both qualitative and quantitative studies, quantitative findings. Yes. I think we may need to reflect on the designs of mixed method studies. Okay? Like in your case, if you use one questionnaire which had close-ended questions and then open-ended questions, then your design was concurrent triangulation design, not the survey you are talking about. Okay? Thank you.
Let me try to be as brief as possible because of time. Your topic is not very clear. It's too worded. I would suggest that it reads influence of first-year students, teachers, self-efficacy on academic performance, something like that. So
sorry?
you may need to. You will see me. I'll show you because of time. You mentioned that the relationship between self-efficacy and performance is not clear. But to me, I see there are so many studies, previous studies about that. If you Google, you'll see many of them. So that seems like a very forced study gap. You need to read literature and find your study gap. Then about one research question, I would advise that since you have independent and dependent variables, each of those two should have a research question using descriptive statistics. And then the one that you have used should use the correlational, which you said you use regression. Is that so?
Yeah, correlational, sorry. Okay.
Okay.
I can.
One of the major questions that I want to ask you, you found some relationships. Were those weak, moderate, or strong correlations that you found? If you can interact, I'll be happy.
So, may I
like you
start
reported 0.4, is this strong, moderate, or weak correlation? Yeah, you need to explain. It sounds to be weak, but your voice was very strong as if it was a very strong and positive correlation. So please make sure that you address that one. Thank you.
Okay.
Hello, thank you so much, and I think it's good that we're getting feedback to strengthen our research. It's all in good faith, right? Now, I heard, I'm more qualitative, and I heard you have a hypothesis. And one of my teachers, quantitative teachers, told me that if you're going to confirm or nullify the relationship between two variables, then you must be having standard measurements. And if you're saying self-efficacy, coming back to the tools, how did you, because I think self-efficacy is a psychological concept in a way. Which tool did you use to measure self-efficacy that someone else can still use the same tool and possibly get closer relationships or closer results? Just a question.
I had the same question, so as you are answering Dr. Mike, you will be answering myself too. You will be answering two people in one.
I had the same, and I'm going to add. So thanks for this, and I think there is another participant who alluded to know which aspect of self-efficacy, because it is an abstract concept, but which can be dissected if we want really to measure how it influences academic performance and other aspects you may explore. I was just following when you were comparing your findings with the literature, and we are talking about university students, and you said that their attitude toward the subject and their parental support may rather influence the academic performance rather than self-efficacy. And I was, curious to know at university level, because students become mature and they may not interact a lot with their parent, to know that their parents are, closely following and influencing their academic performance. So I want which kind of parental support is in the literature that, reflect the contribution of parents toward the academic performance of learners. Thank you.
Now you can answer briefly.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I start with the first one. The first one who intervened gave suggestion, and she asked whether in the literature review I could have mentioned some causes of low self-efficacy or low academic self-efficacy. Yeah, that was just a summary, but normally in the literature review, I mean the background, I mentioned some causes such as the socio-economic background, antecedents, psychosocial antecedents, as Albert Bandura mentioned in his theory of social learning theory, which also gave birth to another theory of self-efficacy theory. He mentioned 4 sources of academic, of self-efficacy. Namely, past experiences of failure or success. This can be a source of efficacy. He also mentioned vicarious experiences. It means the experiences of others. Yeah, you see, Albert Bandura says that we run through, in a social context. You may see others failing, and you learn from them that when you try that, you can also fail. Okay? The third source of self-efficacy is verbal persuasion. When you want to do something, when you want to undertake an activity, you can be discouraged by others, saying, D, you can never succeed. I know you very well. You will never succeed. Don't take this. It is hard for you. It is too hard for you. So, while you can also get other people who can encourage you, that is what we call verbal persuasion. The third source of self-efficacy is the emotional reaction. It can also be body reaction. When you try an activity, how does your body react? How do you feel emotionally? This also can be a source of efficacy. So in the academic arena, of course, all these sources are to be considered. So in what I can add in academic settings is that teachers also contribute a lot in either increasing self-efficacy, academic self-efficacy, or just causing it to be low. Some teachers, you will see some teachers telling their students, you will never succeed in my subject. As I see you, you will never succeed. This is, you are just convincing the student. That's verbal persuasion in the words of Bandura. Okay, I think I can, it is mentioned in the background, yes. Even in the theory, yes. The literature. Yeah, you also asked whether gender effect on academic self-efficacy were explored. Gender effects, yes. Normally in this article, gender effects were not explored, but in a different, in other, because it is a big study. This is part 1. I mean, this is a part of it. Gender issues are also explored in another article. I can tell you that gender issues, I mean, gender effects were not significantly found, because we realized that male students and female students have almost the same academic self-efficacy, but with a slight difference whereby ladies tend to be more self-efficacious than their male counterparts. Another question, there is someone who told me that he conducted research on self-regulated learning. I mean the relationship between self-regulated learning and academic self-efficacy. Unfortunately, I did not come across the study. So, because I'm still working on it, I may get some, yeah, I will be in contact with you. You will show me your findings. But even though there may be a change, because you see, 7 years and the sample was not the same population, you see, there may be some differences. About the instruments, yes, I used a self-efficacy questionnaire, which was adopted from the general self-efficacy developed by Jerusalem and collaborators. And I also base the construction of this questionnaire on the theory of Bandura, considering those sources of self-efficacy and the other researchers who showed the important components of academic self-efficacy. Those four I have mentioned. So the questionnaire was piloted in another group that has the same characteristics with those of first year student teachers of UR College of Education. You asked how was the state of academic self-efficacy. Actually, in the literature I explored, I saw some studies that showed how psychosocial skills or parameters influences academic performance, but not specifically academic self-efficacy. So in other countries, yes, but not in the context of Rwanda. Yes, yes. Yeah, I was inspired by those findings, of course. Yes. Conducted in some countries like Uganda, like Pakistan, like out of Rwanda, of course. Someone also, yeah, I think it is Dr. One. Yes, yes. He asked me why I chose only one objective. Actually, this is okay. Actually, it is one objective of a big study. Yeah, a study that has I mean 3 objectives. So it was one of them. I preferred to write an article on it. So prior to this, there was another article which was published just exploring the levels of self-efficacy. You also recommended me to mention that it is a concurrent triangulation. What? Okay. Yeah, I have considered the recommendations. Another question? Yeah, I said that, I mean this relationship between the academic self-efficacy and the academic performance is not clear in Rwanda because it was not researched on. Apart from the information I get, that someone has worked on one component of it. So it is still a field to explore. I was also asked by Dr. Mike and I think the principal also that, if I'm not mistaken, I think it is the same question. Okay. Yeah, which tool did you use to measure academic self-efficacy? I think I have answered the question. Yes. Parental help, okay, yeah, that's the question raised by the principal. Does the parental help matter in the academic self-efficacy? Yes, it does. Because as we explore the four sources of self-efficacy, parents can parental help as we learn in a social context. Children who have some psychosocial problems in their homes, of course, are at risk of developing low self-efficacy.
Okay, thank you. We can clap for him. So there are some people who have some observation, but time is not on our side. So you can look for him and just give him the observation. So we have the last presentation from Omukanyan, so you can come in front. So. Benjamin, can you help us to project this, please?
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Beatrice Mkanyanwe. I am a PhD student.
Is that one? Is that one? Yeah, it is this one.
Yeah.
Just a minute.
Yes. I'm a student at the University of Rwanda, College of Education. I am also a staff member of the Protestant University of Rwanda, but I present as a student because this is an ongoing work. Thank you. My paper is titled as Student Time Management Strategies and Quality Learning in Higher Education. And the research site is the Protestant University of Rwanda, Huye campus. Generally, the goal of educational institution is to prepare capable, productive, and competent students. This is why education needs to be given more time for the achievement of its quality. The value of time in instruction is a key resource in education, but what matters here is how the time is used. Students' learning time and academic achievement seem to have a complex and curvilinear relationship with diminishing returns to scale, as it is found in OECD 2016. The problem statement of this research was seen as most of the students in Rwandan higher educational institutions with a private status quo are those who are in different services for employment as their way of paying the tuition fee and other costs of everyday life. Some of those students are married so that they cannot leave their families to come and complete their studies sitting at the school or doing their studies as full-time students. The present study will help the students in Rwandan private universities with private status quo to be able to allocate their time so that they can achieve the quality of their learning. This study identifies the strategies for time management and will equip the students with the ability to differentiate important from urgent activities. As the aim of this research, it investigates the strategies that private university students can use to achieve the quality of their learning, and secondly, it will help them to identify the influence, the influence of the students' time management strategies on the quality learning. This study works on two main research questions. The first one, what strategies of time management do university students use for their quality learning? And the second is, how do university students describe the relationship between their time management and their quality learning? The present study is built on the constructive learning theory established by von Grasserfeld in 1989. With this theory, students are weighted to actively learn or to actively participate. They don't have to passively run, and they have to run through the constructivism where they have to spend much effort in the research so that they can construct their knowledge, and their learning should have been built on their research and their time they spent in research. As methodology, this is a qualitative research. This is a qualitative research which had used the semi-structured interview and 40 part-time students from the Protestant University of Rwanda were interviewed, and the gathered data from the interview were transcribed, coded, and finally thematically analyzed. The present study found that the strategies like setting objectives and staying focused on the set objectives can help the student to achieve their quality learning. prioritization and delegation, and the avoidance of procrastination, and the student's ability to say no to the unplanned and non-important activities will help the student to get the quality of their learning. However, the study also investigated some of the challenges that the students highlighted, like meeting with a lot of unplanned activities and being confused about what is important and what is urgent, and being fear to say no, maybe to their employers, for example, or to their workmates when they are requesting them for support, and lack of training about time management.
You have 2 minutes.
To conclude, time management was found to be vital to students' learning output and outcome as well. Specific time management skills make people be able to make a better choice among urgent and important activities and to balance multiple roles. This study gives some recommendations, like to recommend to students to start practicing the time management strategies provided in this study, and future researchers are recommended to extend the sample size, because the data from 40 students cannot be generalized for the whole population of the part-time students at the University of or private universities in Rwanda. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for. Do we have 2 burning questions? Only 2. Remember, we have the event to prepare this evening. Let us start from Professor.
Yeah, I want to commend you for the topic. It's very, very important because time management is a critical problem in Africa. So you are so creative in coming up with this topic. In your design, you emphasize that the study design was purely qualitative. Yes. But I see an independent and dependent variable in your topic. How did you treat them? In connection to that, somewhere you, one of your research questions was about how do students describe the relationship between time management and quality learning. Now, relationship cannot be measured qualitatively. That one needed to have a hypothesis which you needed to correlate and tell us whether the independent and dependent variables relate or not. So how did you treat that? Thank you.
Yes, Madam, I want to appreciate you for the data presentation. I saw you presented for us a voice there from the study participants. For qualitative studies like that, bringing those voices are so good for us to see what you found in the field. Colleagues before you who presented qualitative findings simply paraphrase everything and present it for us on the slides. But putting the voices of the participants verbatim brings the picture of exactly what you got very well. I saw that you use random sampling. It looks like you're a quantitative researcher walking around in the qualitative field. Did you use random selection of these people or another sampling methodology? Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
We add a very brief one. We said it too, but let us add this brief one.
Just a suggestion. Thank you so much for the presentation, Doc. On your methodology, may you revisit your sampling so as to align with qualitative approach. Thank you.
Thank you. Now you can answer those 3 questions.
Thank you very much for your observation and constructive feedback, which will help me to develop my paper. So, first of all, let me start it from the one who has asked me to align this qualitative research and to revise it accordingly. Thank you very much. I will revise the methodology according to your advice. And I ensure I have to approach you after leaving this stage. Someone else has asked me about the random, whether I have used random. Maybe there is an error. I have purposely selected the participant because the Protestant University of Rwanda doesn't have only part-time students. There are also full-time students. And my research was purposely targeted to part-time ones. This is a purposive sampling. Thank you very much. And the one who has also asked me about the evidences, as I have said, I used a recorder. First of all, when I was gathering my data, they had to confirm whether they are ready to be recorded. This means that I have all recorded sound in my computer because I couldn't take note from the beginning to the end. As they were talking, I could not go with them without have a recorder. I have them. There is also a question about how I treated the relationship between time management and quality running without using qualitative research. Maybe I think I need to approach you because this is a learning journey. I should approach you so that you can give more details about this. What I did was to ask them how they relate their running time and their quality and their learning outcomes.
You have 1 minute.
About the variables, my study or my topic has 2 variables as usual. I have students, it is entitled Student Time Management Strategies and Quality Learning in Higher Education. This means that the quality of learning depends on how students manage their times. To sum up, students' time management strategies or the strategies used by students in managing their time is independent variable and the quality learning is dependent variable. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. So I think for further observation, we have event this evening. You can go with her and then give her the observation. You can socialize and you can go. They have some observation to give it to you.
I appreciate.
Okay, thank you. I would like to thank you very much. Can we clap for her, please? So I would like to thank you for the participation today. Actually, we are talking about reshaping education for sustainable development. And you have seen that we've been covering so many topics which need to be addressed, so many challenges, so that we develop education which meet the need of the society. We went through all levels, administration, leadership, teachers, and so on. So I think this one was very fruitful. Now what I can say is that we can call it a day, but we still have the event at 6. Please, you remain here so that you attend the event, the dinner, which is planned at 6. And I would like to remind you to come tomorrow early so that we can close on time. So thank you very much and have a nice evening. Thank you.